COVID, we are back in the in-person events, and we are meeting each other in person, interacting, and the agenda is to learn from each other and network from each other. And this is the seventh Elets BFSI Leadership Summit, and this event started in Mumbai with the gracious presence of the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra at that time, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, who inaugurated it. And we have continued this tradition of this annual event, even in the COVID times. We had it twice, online or a virtual platform, and we are back here again with this grand event. And as we are all aware that a lot of water has flown in the river in last 2 years. The digital river has not only increased its speed, but the water in the digital river has actually increased dramatically. And especially if we talk about the BFSI sector, the whole sector has almost got completely transformed in last 2 years. Work from home, which was never imagined in this sector, has happened, and it has happened for 2 years, and in some places it's still going on in a hybrid model. We have employee engagement virtually, we had customer engagement virtually, we had boarding of the customers virtually, and we had the whole delivery happening virtually. And the speed of this transformation has been immense. And this event is actually to discuss and reflect upon these events which have happened in last 2 years. And we have an excellent lineup of speakers, and we have an excellent lineup of our industry partners, and almost all major segments of the industry are covered in this agenda, and the IT industry is driving this change by continuous innovations, and the BFSI sector is innovating and adopting these technologies and tools, and actually doing the business process reengineering very, very fast. So with this background and context, let me again welcome you all. We are slightly delayed again because of the some of the what do you call it, logistics are happening, but we will cover it in a time. So may I request if our next speaker is already here, is Mr. Adesh already here in the room? Yes. Yeah, Adesh. So may I invite you on the stage, and without much ado, straight away we go on to the technical session. And Adesh is the Adesh Rekar is the head of pre-sales data production solution of Dell Technologies, and he is going to speak on cyber resilient data protection in the multi-cloud era. So welcome, Adesh, and over to you. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope I'm not on mute. No, this is a in person, so I think I'm not on mute. Who's bringing up my slide deck? Okay. Okay, so now that we are off to a start, brief introduction. Again, I lead the pre-sales team for India, and I've been working with the BFSI customers. It's an extreme privilege to be here, connect with you, and share a bit on the Dell data protection strategy. So, like the context is said, we've seen that the digital era has kick-started a lot of innovations, a lot of transformations and disruptions. And in Dell, we see that not just the core, but organizations have transformed at the edge and have kind of embraced a cloud era, a cloud which is on-premise or on hybrid. What we've seen, and it's through our survey, through our technology partners, Vincent Wood, we've done surveys across how this industry has transformed and where are some of the disruptions happening. The digital era has definitely kickstarted an exponential growth in the data, and alongside what has increased is the challenges around it. 66% of the survey nominations covered that data has grown almost 2x, as compared to 2018. We've seen that emerging threats such as the ransomware attacks, cyber attacks, have become more and more mainstream. It's no longer targeted to an individual or a particular industry. It's rampant across. What has also evolved in the way we consume technology, business applications, the way they ran earlier in a data center, in a holistic or a monolithic environment, have transformed to new age workloads. And how they got provisioned, especially during times, I think the BFSI industry itself, if you see, was tuned to be working in a very office setup. But this got completely disrupted and got accelerated. I think 2x of acceleration happened where employees needed to have the same experience, which meant you had to churn out or roll out applications much quickly, and cloud seemed to be the only logical way. So with all of this coming in, the challenges for data protection has also grown multifold. If you see, organizations are no longer restricted to the perimeters of a data center, but need to provide a consistent technology that works across the edge, to the core, and to the cloud. So let me just talk to you a little bit about where Dell comes in. One thing is you have the proven architecture where you have the traditional applications that run in a data center. These applications require resiliency, require efficiency, they require performance, and they require scale. So that when you look at your traditional Unix applications, your monolithic database systems, your mainframe systems, you need to have a data protection architecture that covers all of these aspects. In addition to this, what we've seen is the evolution of a modern era, a modern environment. A modern environment is where you have to host your applications or your data in a multi-cloud environment. You're no longer, as some of these speakers will be speaking throughout the day on the multiple hyperscalers that are available. Some will talk to you about also the next generation workloads. This is one area where traditional applications just do not make the cut. And across all of this, what's important is how do you automate the data management, the life cycle of the data. Where does it reside? How long does it have to be retained? Where these modern applications need to run. And at the center of it, as we would build a resiliency plan for a business continuity, we also need to have a resiliency plan for a cyber attack. Now, Dell, being the number one vendor for data protection appliances and software, has instrumented 3 I's as a framework, as a model to build resiliency against cyber attacks. The requirements of such an environment would mean that you have an isolated copy of your backup data. Today, if your data center is connected to your DR, there is no way you can ascertain where the breach, what is the extent of the breach. If your primary data center, your data, your workloads get compromised, it's very likely that your compromise can be cascaded to your DR environment or your near DR environment. So how do you ensure that you have a clean recovery copy? In the older times, we would keep a tape media in an offsite location and we would bring it back should any natural disaster occur. But now, as we live in a connected world, it is important to have a physical isolation of the environment and not just physically disconnected systems, but having them also logically separating and identifying each data set so that your recovery can be granted. The second most important element is the immutability. How do I make my copy of my data tamper-proof? Once I have written to it, no external hacker or no insider could go and compromise this or could do it, delete it accidentally. So preserving the original copy of the data is what you need to ensure. Third, and while security is never a 100% plan, you need to have a fail-safe plan. So how do you build intelligence to ensure that you have a clean copy of this data in your vaulted location? So this is the intelligence element. All the three I's are practically important where you want to build resiliency and recoverability from a cyber threat. Now, if you look at the modern landscape, at the lower end of the spectrum, you would see you have traditional workloads. These are high-value workloads, as we would call them. But as you move on, your applications are getting transformed. Some are moving into the SaaS application. I think the most common use cases are the collaboration platforms such as the M365, the Google Suites, and the Salesforce. These are easy to consume SaaS applications. The other area where the businesses have transformed is to use cloud-native applications. Cloud-native environments, if you see, these are not built from the traditional architecture, hence very agile. Now, how do you have a consistent strategy around them? This is where you need to plan and relook at your data protection architecture. Then there are modern applications, which are no longer the traditional database applications. These are new age applications, some very easy to roll out as in fewer CPU cycles. And then building automation through a stack, which is modern environments such as Kubernetes, containers to enable microservices, etc. All of these with the flexibility of running it in a cloud of your choice. It could be any of the hyperscalers where you need to have a protection architecture that's consistent. So with Dell Technologies, what we've done is have a consistent portfolio that allows and supports all the workloads, whether it's the traditional workloads running in your data centers, running at the virtual environments, or the modern applications. Having a consistent technology that can be deployed anywhere. It could be on your edge, it could be in your data center, it could be in the cloud or a private cloud of your choice. And more importantly, how you can consume it. We've devised flexible consumption options for our customers. So there are more than one way to consume this architecture. And lastly, where you want to choose, how do you want to choose to deploy this is important. Whether you want to run in a completely software-defined environment, or you want to have performance guaranteed on through an appliance architecture, it's all available from the Dell Data Protection Portfolio. So this is the summary of the vision and strategy that Dell has for the modern era. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manjrekar, for the wonderful session. Can we please put our hands together, everybody? A huge round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, it's tradition in our country to start any auspicious occasion with the lamp lighting ceremony. Unfortunately, the lamp had not arrived, so we had to tweak the show a little bit. But as you know, bade deshon mein aisi choti baatein hoti rehti hai. So now it is time for the lamp lighting ceremony. To do the honors, may I please once again invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief. Mr. Amit Malik, MD and CEO of Viva India Life Insurance. Mr. Surajit Roy, MD and CEO, IDBI Intech Limited. Mr. Raman MK, Head of ABM Exotel. Mr. Puneet Gupta, Executive Director, Versec. And Mr. Prasanna Ranade, Sales Director, Commvault.
Vakratun ब्रह्माण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा सर्वकार्येषु
Can we please put our hands together for a wonderful start of a wonderful day? I would request our dignitaries to please remain behind. Gentlemen, if you could please come in the center of the stage, please. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the launch of the Banking and Finance Post magazine. As you all know, it's a bi-monthly magazine, and its first edition launched in the year 2015, published by Elets Technomedia Private Limited, and it prides itself in spotting and highlighting key trends in the BFSI sector, providing in-depth coverage about all aspects of the sector, from major challenges in the growth of BFSI sector to new technological advances. The magazine has acquired a distinct place in Asia. The magazine serves as a bouquet of views of all stakeholders in BFSI domain, policy makers, bankers, experts, industry leaders, etc. Elets' experienced team of editors, researchers, and marketers takes a 360-degree approach for creating content, news, features, articles, and interviews, keeping our steadily growing global audience well informed about the latest and most important trends, challenges, and solutions. Can we please put our hands together, everybody, to the Banking and Finance Post magazine? Thank you so much, sir.
So I thank our esteemed speakers and esteemed partners for this lighting and the launch of this magazine, the Banking and Finance Post. And here we cover the views and ideas and trends of the various challenges and opportunities which are happening in this BFSI sector. And I request all our esteemed speakers and esteemed partners to actually provide their views and comments. And we also run this magazine online. It's the bfsi.eletsonline.com portal, and we update daily news and trends of the industry on that portal. And we will send you that information on your email, and also you can subscribe to our weekly letters of our weekly newsletter, and also subscribe this magazine online. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for the next technology presentation. The topic for this session is why milliseconds matter, stopping the next zero-day attack. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Rohan Parak, Director, Product Management, Versec. Mr. Rohan Parak is the Director of Product Management at Versec. Throughout his career, he has worked to design and deploy cybersecurity technologies and services for organizations across the globe. At Versec, Rohan is responsible for working on product strategy and roadmap for Versec's host security portfolio. He is also deeply involved with various field teams to sense the pulse of the customers to ensure greater success. Now, can we please put our hands together and welcome Mr. Parak up on stage? Welcome.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, I have to put an extra effort to ask, am I audible and visible? Not to ask. So, good morning. My name is Rohan Parak. Today, we are going to talk about how we need to bring back the focus to one important aspect in the cybersecurity world, which is protection. Right? Any cybersecurity protection function in any organization, especially in the financial services side, have to bring the focus back to protection, because that's what matters. That's what all the investments, all the efforts, all the services that you have put in, that's the eventual goal of that. But I think somehow we have kind of a little bit digressed away from that. And it's especially true in a world where we see a lot of 0 days. And we'll talk a little bit in more context of 0 day in today's session, but in general also it's applicable, but in the context of 0 day threats, 0 day attacks, it's even more critical that we address that problem and put focus back to how you can address, you can bring back the protection focused strategy in your organizations. Now, I'm sure, without not trying to preach the practitioners, but these things are quite out there in the public domain. Unfortunately, you may all of have even been experiencing this kind of a situation. But cybersecurity crisis is a real thing, and that too in a time when we have been also seeing unprecedented global pandemic. Still, cybersecurity managed to be in the news, and organizations of any scale, be it small organizations, they have faced something like a ransomware, or the larger organizations, of course, would have handled or tackled much more sophisticated targeted attacks, which often means loss of business, loss of brand reputation, and of course, at times end up in public media as well. And what is common here? In most of the situations, what is happening is attackers have been successful, of course, successful in targeting some critical workloads, so workloads that are running in the customer's environment, and they've been able to bypass any existing controls that were already in place, conventional controls, so to say. So 0 day is a problem, and for every organization, particularly for financial services organization, this is now important more than ever. Number one, of course, because financial services organizations are targeted more and more. If you look at the stats as well, I was looking at some report that was released by ISC Square just yesterday. 75% of the organizations in the financial services domain have been affected by ransomware. And if you look at the 0 day stats that has come from research teams of Google and Mandiant, the 0 day exploits are being used by nation state for cyber espionages and of course for financial gain. So financial services organizations in general are the target of these kind of attacks as well. And we'll go into a little bit more about that also. But at the same time, there's another thing that is happening, the dream run of digitization in the Indian financial economy, right? There is a push to digitize everything and do it fast. So the adoption of newer cloud native services, containers, modern IT infrastructure and services could be on-premise, on-cloud, SaaS maybe even, that adoption is quite increasing. And a lot of times, even though our regulators have done a very good job in kind of putting decent level of controls so that security doesn't get compromised, a lot of times businesses get to veto a lot of those decisions. And that's why you bring in third-party risks. We talk about open banking, API banking, all those things open up a lot of domain for those adversaries to, attack surface to those adversaries. And 0 days are there to stay. You can't essentially live without 0 day. So let's set the baseline. What is a 0 day, right? The textbook definition is, it's a 0 day vulnerability, exploit, or threat is something that is not known, not the information that is not available in public domain, and somebody would go and exploit it. But let's look at from the context of the audience that we're sitting here, and of course the adversaries. So from an adversary point of view, right, somebody is out there trying to find flaws in your systems, in your applications, then probably use them on their own or sell it to someone who is going to exploit those vulnerabilities or create an exploit for those against those vulnerabilities, and then probably use again on their own or going to sell it in the marketplace, the dark web, or someone else, probably a third party in this case, to execute an attack. So there's a whole kind of organization chain going on. But for the defenders, for us, for the audience in this room, right, what you get is 0 day to handle that situation. That's what 0 day is, right? You have zero opportunity to handle that situation proactively. Right? The vulnerability is obviously not known to the developers, and by the time the compromise has already happened, it is bypassing traditional controls, and it can take days to detect, identify those vulnerabilities, come out in public domain, and identify an attack that might also already be ongoing in any organization. And it is happening. 2021 year. This is the data from Google's Project Zero and Mandiant's research. 2021 was the highest when you saw zero-day exploits were being exploited in the wild. And a lot of those news that we saw, that's where zero-day exploits were being used as well. And nothing new for you, right? Log4j, Print Nightmare, Spring for Shell, right? All these vulnerabilities have been there and they have affected, they have caused a loss of businesses, a loss of brand reputation also. Now, obviously, one solution is patching. But I'm sure the IT ops focused audience here realizes the fact that patching is problematic, right? You are in the constant flux of patching your system. Every month, Microsoft comes out with a patch, and you are constantly updating. By the time you have patched all your system with the first month one, the second month's patch is already there. And at times, those patches also require patches. It happened in January, right? Microsoft released a patch which fixed with the right intent 90 flaws, but it ended up breaking a few things also. So you had to patch again to fix the things that were broken, which had a business impact also. And this is when you have patches available on time. So a lot of money is being spent on to kind of handle the situation, right? You have a plethora of tools in your environment, disparate tools trying to achieve different, in some cases, same objectives. And I'm sure a lot of your experience is that they are low on efficacy in terms of outcome that you expect at the end of the day. That's why those attacks are still happening. That's why we still see a lot of things in the news. And at the same time, there is this problem of, in this cybersecurity operations, there is this problem of alert fatigue. You are trying to throw a lot of people into this SecOps and in your SOC, but that doesn't help, right? Because there's just too much of noise, lack of skilled resources, that's another kind of adding to that problem. So what you end up seeing is higher operational cost and breaches still happening. And money is being spent, right? Globally, if you see billions of dollars are being spent, almost 10 to 15% growth every year. In India also, I think Gartner estimated that 2.2 billion is what they estimate 2022 spend will be there in India from an end user point. And that was at around 10% increase from what it was last year. So we are spending money, right? It's not that we are not spending money, but do we see the outcome of it? And that's where probably there is a need to kind of shift the focus a little bit, try for approaches that can help essentially have an effective spending, right? Where you can potentially look for approaches where you can do a full stack protection. You can put more focus on server workloads protection and a protection first strategy. And we'll talk about these three aspects in next few slides. And we'll start with server workload protection, right? Why it has to be different? Why do you have to treat a Windows server different from a Windows desktop that your employees are using? Simply because these are different use cases, different workloads. You can't expect an antivirus to go on and stop attacks running on your web applications that is publicly exposed, an e-commerce application or an online banking application. Because the users of these services are different. On end user endpoints, you have interactive human users, easy to kind of learn their behavior and enforce few things. But on servers, we have non-interactive users, service accounts, what we all call it, right? And the same service account will be running 10, 20 different services on that server. And it's very hard to analyze those behaviors. It's very hard to use any sort of machine learning also to set a baseline on what they can or they should not be doing. The number of apps that you're running on those servers is quite different too. On end user endpoints, you're using browsers, productivity apps, and on servers, you're using totally different apps, right? Web applications, databases. The applications are also now churn. Churn is quite huge, right? Probably every hour in some cases, and at least every few days you are releasing a new software, releasing an update. So you have to keep up with that pace also. And how these applications or workloads are targeted is also different. As a result of that, the kind of attacks that you see on these workloads are quite different as well. For end user endpoints, you see things like phishing, spear phishing, drive-by download, clickbaits, clickjacking, etc. Whereas on server workloads is where you talk about remote code execution, OS top 10. And remember, those the news that we saw, those news screenshots, most of them are remote code execution of one of the web application attacks. Log4j, proxy logon, Spring for Shell, Print Nightmare, right? All of them are essentially exploits on server workloads. They are doing more damage, not a Chrome browser vulnerability, right? You don't hear a Chrome browser vulnerability putting a $1 million damage. It's these remote code execution kind of vulnerabilities on the server workload that are doing the damage. Now, how attackers act, this is not something new, right? You've seen that kill chain in various forms, but what's happening is these kill chains can go and execute quite fast. A typical ransomware, once the exploitation is done towards execution, it can start its execution in 3 seconds. But the current approach to deal with this kind of attacks is not that fast. There is this approach of detect and protect, because the kind of messaging is that protection is tough. Yes, it is, but I think that's what we need to bring focus back. So you do a lot of data collection, you do a lot of runtime analysis, artificial intelligence, machine learning, but what end up happening is you're taking a lot of time to detect those attacks in days, when the attack would go through and finish its job in few seconds. And then the 6.5 days is the industry average. That's not my data, that's data from one of the vendors who are into that space. It takes 6.5 days for an attack to be detected in this detected response strategy. And why is that so? Because as I said, there's a lot of data collection happening, there's a lot of behavioral analysis happening. And even with that, you need to put human effort. You need to do a lot of triaging, incident analysis to be able to conclude something is really bad and then respond to that situation, which is too late, right? So what end up happening is the cost of breach is going high because of that, and the mean time to protect is also increasing. You take days to protect your workloads from these advanced attacks. So with Versec, what we are doing is, and that's why we want to bring the focus back to protection, right? We want to make security response obsolete. It's a strong statement, but why not shoot for the moon? And the idea is that at every stage of this kill chain, right, you would want to go on and stop the attack. At the first step itself, at the first step, the attacker is going to gain advantage of the system itself. And in this next slide, I'll cover how do we do that. But the idea is to, number one, ensure that the system integrity is maintained. And then on top of it, to complement that approach, we have runtime protection capabilities also that we feel is a right approach to kind of do a consolidated protection for server infrastructure. And as the end result of that, what you see is, of course, the cost of breach going down, because you are not only detecting, but stopping attacks very early, and the reduced mean time to protect. And that's what we did for a lot of our customers in case of Log4j also. At every of those kill chain, we were able to detect and stop the attacks. And because we were able to detect and stop the attack at the first step itself, the mean time to protect, essentially the protection was available to customers within milliseconds, even before this exploit was available. Remember Log4j, it took a community as strong as Apache Foundation to release a patch, multiple patches, to essentially eventually fix that over a few days. And I'm sure all of you had a hard time in finding where the vulnerability over that Log4j component existed, right? It's such a commonplace thing, and the whole SBOM concept kind of became a commonplace. But we were able to stop those attacks. We stopped those attacks at the first step itself for a lot of our customers across the globe. So how do we do that? Essentially, the first thing, if we go back to 3 things that are important for efficient cybersecurity spending, right? We are doing a full stack protection. So your infrastructure, which could be a bare metal, which could be a virtual machine, could be containers running on-premise, on cloud, doesn't really matter, right? The infrastructure security is what we are taking care of. On top of it, the infrastructure services that we are running, email servers, Active Directory, Exchange servers, web servers, databases, that's also a layer that we are adding security. And any custom code or COTS application that might be running on top of it. Essentially a web application, API, a very common service that all of your organizations are already running. And any other web service that might be running on the servers, we are able to go and protect at that level itself. So that's what we mean when we say full stack protection. And how do we do that? A kind of first principles approach to it, where the first thing that we do is maintaining the integrity of the system. How do you do that? There is a lot of effort to maintain system integrity already in place in the form of hardening that your organizations do. Again, thankfully, our regulators have done a wonderful job in enforcing those neat requirements. But there is more that you can do in terms of making sure that the integrity of the system is maintained. It's quite easy also to do, especially in DevOps kind of environments where you are delivering your software as an image. So you just have to ensure that the integrity of that software is maintained at the application level, at the processes level that are running on those images, on those VMs, on those containers, making sure that there is no drift. Whatever developers had shipped through the CI/CD pipeline, that is the only thing that is running on your workloads, nothing else. And also integrating making sure that the integrity of the files and applications that are there on the workloads, that gets maintained. So that reduces the attack surfaces drastically. And further, to complement that, to kind of address some of the advanced use cases also, we have introduced runtime protection capabilities also, which is where comes things like web application and API protection, because that's the custom code probably written by you, your developers, or a third party where you have outsourced that application from. Advanced memory exploits. A lot of kill chains that you see in last couple of years, they are using one or more of those advanced techniques to completely bypass any file-based detection, antivirus-based detection. So fileless attacks, sometimes it is also fun. So with the combination of the system integrity protection and runtime protection is where we are able to go on and proactively, immediately, within the milliseconds, able to detect and stop attacks. Right? That's the idea, not respond to that situation, because then you are involving, number one, manual intervention, and number two, you are asking for a lot of time. But all this is automated, it's happening in a matter of a millisecond, and as an end result, you provide a unified stack protection across for your server workloads, and that's the focus as well. So to quickly summarize what we discussed today, right? It is important that there are three elements to efficient cybersecurity spending when it comes to workload protection. One, it has to be focused. You have to be very focused that you have to have a separate strategy for server workloads and not do a lift and shift of what you're doing here for end user endpoints, because the attack surface is totally different. Number two, have a full stack approach, because too many tools lead to alert fatigue. There are just too many tools, misconfiguration, more chances of getting misconfigurations and things not working as expected. Right? And finally, but not the least, ability. All of this gives us an ability to provide an implicit patching. So going back to what we discussed initially, right? In some cases, patches are problematic. In some cases, patches are not even available in the context of 0 day. So what we essentially do through system integrity assurance and runtime protection is provide an implicit patching to those workloads that are running in your environment. And if you look at it, fundamentally, that's what we did in case of Log4j for our customers. The vulnerability did not exist actually at that point. It was a 0 day, and we were able to detect and stop attacks for us. So, and even after that, for many of those customers, while there was a regulatory requirement to still go and patch, but there was no really a hurry. Right? They didn't have to spend their nights to find and patch Log4j, because they could see on their console that any potential attacks against that vulnerability was being detected and actively stopped immediately. So essentially, do protection as opposed to any kind of alerting or detecting plus responding strategy. That's all from our side. We'll be more than happy to talk about this at our booth. We are at the booth number 2 right outside. Thank you so much. Thank you for attending.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. May I also invite Mr. Adesh Manchrekar up on stage, please? Now, I would request Ravi sir to please present a memento as a token of appreciation to both of our speakers. Can we please put our hands together, everybody? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for this session is emerging from crisis leaders' perspective on what matters the most. The banking business is being reshaped. Customer expectations, technical capabilities, regulatory needs, demographics, and economics are all combining to create a pressing need for change. Banks must anticipate these problems and retool in order to succeed in the future age. And now I would like to invite our moderator and our speakers up on stage. Our moderator first, of course, Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, and editor-in-chief, the Banking and Finance Post. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the energy high and welcome all of our speakers today. All right, our first panelist is Mr. Amit Malik, MD and CEO, Aviva India Life Insurance. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Surjit Roy, MD and CEO, IDBI Intech Limited. Welcome, sir. And once again, Mr. Adesh Manjrekar, Head of Pre-Sales Data Protection Solutions, Dell Technologies. Please put your hands together for our esteemed panel, everybody. Over to you, Ravi, sir.
So, welcome everyone to this panel. First panel of the day, emerging from crisis, leaders' perspective on what matters most. I think the first word of this panel is very, very important, emerging from crisis. As I mentioned in my welcome address, the BFSI sector faced a huge amount of crisis in the last 2 years. Lockdowns happened, movements stopped, and the sector rose to the occasion. And it faced the challenges bravely, and it has come out stronger. So let me start with we are going to have this as a 45 minutes panel. So let me first of all define the times. We are at 10:17, so we can end at most around 11. So I will request Mr. Amit Malik, MD and CEO, Aviva India Life Insurance. First of all, him to in next 5 minutes give his views on how the sector has worked out in the last 2 years and how the whole COVID changed the sector in terms of digital adoption and overall customer engagement and overall business as evolved. If you can
Thank you, Dr. Ravi, and thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for making it early in the morning. I think the penny dropped for all of us was when all of a sudden the world stopped, as I say, but finally the world stopped and we were confined to the four walls of our room. And before I go on to the sector, I think for me the whole recognition was that it brought the whole conversation about importance of financial planning out in open. I think that was the first step, even as you know, the world stopped. People started to realize the importance of their own financial planning, and not only the importance, but also the need to understand what encompasses financial planning. So when you look at a BFSI sector, I think there are various elements to financial planning, and insurance is one of them. But I think that whole need came up, and I think that was very good. And why I say that is because a lot of you will realize and be with me when I say that as Indians and as cultural society, we do a very bad job of talking about finances within our families, right? We do not have parents sharing about finances, and we do not have that conversation. So I think that was the first thing. When I look at an industry standpoint, I think industry was already on the path of digitization, whether it was banking, whether it was insurance, whether it was other parts of the investment industry. Banks were far ahead than where the insurance companies were, and we had a lot of catch up to do. But in insurance, what we realized was that, you know, when we talk about digitization, one was to give our customers the whole ability to be able to service their needs from the comforts of their home where they were locked in. But I think the other important part was also how do we educate them to use it. One was to tell somebody you have 5 tools available where you can service yourself, or we can help you self-service. The other was also how we built that confidence in education to use those 5 tools, because the customer set was across generations, right from generation Z to generation X, Y, to the baby boomers. I think that was important. What also brought the focus in the industry was obviously the faster adoption of digitalization that I said. The second was on how do you look at customer at the center and start to make an ecosystem that just puts the customer and the customer needs at the center, because the customer is not coming to you. You have to go and reach out to the customer. So the customer actually became at the center. Another aspect that came out, which was very big, was both my presenters spoke about before, was cyber security. All of a sudden people realized that there was, while we were going digital, there was push for digital, there was push for self-service, there was also this whole vulnerability about phishing, there was vulnerability about being frauded, and all of these came into being. I think if you look at that campaign, RBI does that campaign very well, saying RBI kehta hai. I think that's a great awareness campaign. Insurance industry also does insurance sabse pehle. We also do that. I think those education of the customer on phishing as a word came into the lexicon of everybody. I think everyone started to realize, whether in the corporates or in an individual world. I will tell you my own personal anecdote. I have an 82-year-old father, and I was talking to him, and he was starting to getting those messages which were phishing. So I actually had to sit with him and say, this is not from your bank, or this is not from your telecom provider, this is from somebody else. So please do not click on the links, because he had no concept of saying, why would I not click on the link? And if I click on the link, what happens to my phone? So I think those are the conversations that started to happen. Also, I think what the other thing that it brought in was a lot of simplicity into both the process and the products. The companies started to look at simplification of the process. Companies started to look at simplification of the products, which, let me assure you, is not very easy in a regulated industry like BFSI to do that, because again, putting the customer in mind, if you couldn't reach out to the customer physically, you wanted to make sure that your processes and products became very simplified, which was there. And last but not the least, I'll touch upon is a lot of innovation happened into it. So I think those are the key thoughts that I have, which I'll set the tone. We will discuss that, Raviji, as we go ahead.
Thank you, Meji. And I think one of the important factors you touched about was the financial plan, which I was really important. And second aspect about the cyber security itself, the awareness. And you mentioned about your father and my father, who does not stay with me, but he got phishing attack, and he actually lost money, a good amount of money. So it's a common issue, and like cyber security has emerged as one of the most important issues in these COVID times. Let me request Mr. Sojit Roy, who is the MD and CEO of IDBI Intech Limited. What are the most important issues which emerged in the last 2 years, and what matters the most?
First of all, good morning to all of you. I think, thanks for having me here, and thanks to Dr. Gupta and Malik. They have already talked about many things. I think it was a year which is obvious statement that we had gone through huge challenges of life and livelihood. That's the biggest problem. And, wave 2 was a massacre of its own kind. It's never happened in a century. So whatever you did, you have to be very clear that you did first time right. And you did not know what was the first time right thing, because it's never happened within a century. So whatever it was, a test of agility of an organization, right? You had to make sure that what you do is first time right, and what you do is in a more agile manner. That's very important. And the most important part of this pandemic, what we saw is getting employees trust building exercise. Unless and until you have your employee trust built over them, both for their life and livelihood, I don't think any organization can ever succeed from that point of view. I think pandemic has been one of the blessing. If you see the other side of the pandemic, has been a blessing in digital transformations, right? I think that people talk about, it never happened in a century at the speed at which it happened. And obviously for a reason why it happened, because there was no way to connect with the customers. So for us to connect with the customers, the only way was to have a digital transformation and see the evolving needs of the BFSI sector, which means that right from customer engagement, you had to do onboarding of a customer, like in a banking, you onboard a customer, right? You do KYC, video KYC, and do other biometric, and you onboard a customer. Then it came on the omni-channel, the customer experience when you do. The most important is unless the customer is having a good experience, the business doesn't happen because physically you are not meeting them. And secondly is that we are all used to meeting each other. And this was a big, gap between meeting and not meeting on a virtual platform. That itself was a mindset for each one of us, right? So that was one thing. And then it transformed into the omni-channel experience, the customer experience, the customer journey perspective. Second was on the orchestration layer. So the technology was a booming point of view, right? Where you have microservices, API services, which was talked about once upon a time by a lot of consultants across the globe. It actually is the reality we implemented. And that implementation has to be done within a very short, limited time, because that's where you have to show an output. Gone are the days where you show PPT presentations and all. People need to know the real-time experience of an application what you have developed, right? That's very important. And the transaction systems where you had, cloud to be deployed. And more important on agility part where cloud deployment and the fintechs actually also helped in collaborating with us. So the BFSI overall was a collaboration system, collaboration with the ecosystem of fintechs, creating confidence and building trust with your employees, which is very important because unless they are in this live and livelihood issue, the trust building was also challenging. I think it helped us a lot. I think the results which you see after the pandemic, I think it was phenomenal. I think BFSI grew very nicely. As an IDBI Intech, we had the best performance in last 2 decades of our inception. So we did almost 40% growth in our bank. So that was the kind of growth we had, 23% growth in our revenue. So this was the highest growth we could ever have from that point of view. And the kind of programs we created, especially we are specialized in the financial crime areas where we have done a lot of agility programs in that. We created a lot of good customer satisfactions. That's all from us.
Thank you. You have mentioned the challenges, and you also mentioned the growth which happened in this sector in last 2 years, which has been massive. Let me reach out to Adesh Manjrekar and ask him that as both our speakers have highlighted that increased penetration of digital has happened in banking and the overall BFSI sector in last 2 years, the cyber security issues have also increased, and also the usage of clouds and digital assets, fintech, and other aspects have also increased a lot. So how do you see that in the coming years these trends will evolve, and how has the BFSI sector be prepared and be ready to adopt these fast moving changes in the technology?
Thank you. I think excellent question, and I can only give a vendor perspective or a consultant's perspective. I think kudos to the leaders here who have enabled their organizations to build the trust with the employees and ensure that their customers are connected. I think I'm just probably echoing Mr. Malik's thoughts on how my mother faced this, this pandemic situation. And an excellent example has been how the bank came to them. So I would think of myself to be quite technology literate and be savvy with the apps and the usage, knowing exactly what not to click. But like Mr. Malik pointed out, like Mr. Roy pointed out, I think the ownership on organizations was extremely important to ensure that the whole spectrum of the users were able to be addressed. If I was savvy with using a phone banking or a net banking or even using the applications, there were elders who were not as used, and they were probably happy with the feature phone. So the smartphone era itself took a time for them to adapt. But I think this pandemic got in, a push, a nudge. But however, organizations ensuring that the entire spectrum of users, consumers were addressed was important. Now, working for a technology company, a giant like Dell Technologies, you would think that we've not had much challenges. But on the contrary, we had to also up our game. I would think that when you talk about vulnerabilities left to security companies, and one of the things that that comes along is there's somebody else taking care of this. There's somebody else who's looking at this. I don't really need to worry. But as we evolve, as Dell Technologies also went into this pandemic phase, all companies went in, we had to also ensure that we adapted to this environment. And one thing that came along is we had to be exposed to our customers virtually. And there were a lot of things that were allowed, there were a lot of things that was prohibited. There were security aspects that was taken in. Now, what we saw is there was a trust built in based on certain technologies, based on certain platforms that were available, and this journey was started. We learned as we moved along, and we adapted to it. What came out very, very strongly is that this is not going to stop anytime now. In fact, it has now accelerated our journey. So as we adapt to modern applications, modern environments, we have to look at a holistic way of connecting to our users, to our businesses, to our end customers, and ensure that we have the same degree of depth in our offering. Modern workloads, as banks adapted to digitization, the whole world adapted to digitalization. What we've seen is that these workloads have transformed. These workloads have to have security at the center and at the center of it. And one thing that I learned from the earlier presenter, amazing presentation, it puts in a perspective that you always have to have your guards up. Okay, but there's going to be one blow that's going to come maybe when you're caught off guard. And what's your strategy around it? So if you look at the resiliency framework, it just does not talk about how you detect or protect or respond, but you also need to have a plan to remediate or recover from it. And that's where you need to have a plan around it. And at Dell Technologies, our technology offerings have also changed and adapted to these environments. So we are no longer talking the ancient word of backup, which is actually the premise of the whole, but having a holistic approach on where data protection really fits in. So cybersecurity or resiliency has also adapted to the new modern age data protection requirements, evolving from a backup and archiving perspective.
Thank you, Adesh. You have put this context of the digital adoption so well. And let me request Mr. Amit Malik, who is the MD and CEO of Aviva India Life Insurance, that if you can briefly highlight that what has been the digital journey of your organization in the last 2 years. So, like, if you compare pre-COVID and post-COVID, like how have the things evolved? If you can.
Sure. I think it's been very, very transformative. So if you were to ask our customers, I think they would see a lot of stuff. I think post-COVID we got this realization, and we've taken this vision to say, why would we want a customer to walk into our branch, right? While we have branches all across, above 60, but why would we want them to even walk at least a branch? Why can we not fulfill all our customers' needs, which is from their sofa or from their office or from their bedroom? I think that's been the mindset change that has happened. Let me tell you a small story. I took over as the COO of Aviva in 2018 before my CEO role. And I asked this question once, saying, why do we have to have people and month ends work till 12 in the night, 2 in the night? Why can't they do all of this from home? And I was told, oh no, we are a regulated industry. We have underwriting norms, and we have to have underwriters in the office, and we have to do this, and we have to do that, and people will not understand, and how will we answer? And lo and behold, 27th of March, when the world came to a stop, for us in insurance industry, JFM is our Diwali, Christmas, whatever you call period, right? We do 40% of our business in JFM, and March is critical. The amount of new business and renewals we have on March 29th, 30th, 31st is humongous. And on 27th, the world stopped. So the same question came up, saying, how do we now do these 4 days from home? And we did that. And I think that's the mindset change. Today, All my month ends, if they fall on Saturday and Sunday, we just tell the teams to work from home and do it from home, because if we could do it then, and we did it in April and we did it in May, so we can now do it, right? I think that's the mindset. But that's also been a drastic change from a regulator standpoint. And I want to compliment the regulator. I think the regulator was so proactive in their approach, and they just kept the customer at the center of everything that they wanted us to do. I think that has helped a lot of us bridge that gap. Today, earlier we would have customers who would have to walk in to do their claims, right? In 2018, we introduced a 30-minute claim process where you still had to walk in, but we would settle a claim up to a certain value in 30 minutes. Today, none of my customers have to walk in to submit a claim. So I think that's been the change. So keeping the customer at the center, all the three key elements of people, process, and technology has brought that change. But the biggest for me is the mindset. This cannot happen, or we will be in a breach, or this will not happen. I think that whole challenge of ourselves has changed. I think we've now started to ask ourselves to say how best we can do it for our customer, how easy can we make it for them, and if they come to the branch, why would they want to come? That's the answer to your question. That answers.
Let me repeat this same question to our next speaker, Mr. Surajit Roy, who's MD and CEO of IDBL in Technomedia. Your digital journey in the last 2 years, and how do you see your organization pre-COVID and post?
Thank you. As Amit said, and I said it previously also, the biggest challenge was the mindset of all of us, right? We were struggling for our own lives, forget the business, right? Business secretary, if you, business karoge, right? That's the way people looked at it, and that was the reality, of life. And in that reality, we had to, be more hand-holding with our employees and with our customers. That's what's very important. And the biggest challenge was you did not know what the customer wanted. You were first time imagining, reimagining, sitting on the drawing board. A lot of times, you didn't have means to come to the office. And in the pandemic, we are a part of the essential services, so we didn't have an option to work from home. So we had to come to the office. So there was no option. So you had to come to the office to ensure that the banking and insurance sector works, the bank works, EOD or BOD happens on time. So I think we saw a huge digital transformation, especially we identified few areas, and we saw that this can be a move on the digital transformation area. And we selected financial crime as one of the key takeaways of this journey which can see it, right? Because when you do digital transaction, the financial crime is bound to exceed the limits. And as we saw, and I think that prediction of our iterations among our employees and the customers when we interacted, I think we felt the need that the financial crime is one area where you could look at. So we created many systems on trade-based money laundering, anti-money laundering, enterprise risk management. The insurance companies today, the biggest ones are looking at risk management as one of the biggest solutions. So what the solutions meant was a hike up in the technology front. So you used AI/ML, which normally everybody is using, and talked about it. We implemented as a part of our product. We created the product, changes overnight, and obviously it was a mix of developers who were working from home and the operation guy coming to the office and doing it, doing the regular operation. So we had to segregate the teams to see that, because while the customer was on the focus, in the organization, people were the center point for us. And we leverage technology to support those disruptive technologies, which helped us on AI/ML to gain much more than what it was 2 years back and what it was today. So that helped us to rock the boat in terms of helping the customers meet their regulatory compliances, because that's what's very important. And Mr. Malik said the regulatory compliance must thank that the way they supported, and the government, the way they supported in terms of the regulations and the norms to be relaxed. I think that helped a lot, and we ensured that this new age technology removed people and made operations much more error-free. And those technologies helped us. And now we are seeing the leap bound in the digital transformation area. And then we saw in the payments part. So if you see, the payment reconciliation is another product which we created from a transformation perspective on AI/ML. which also created a huge thing, because sometimes it happens that, you swipe your card on the net banking, your money is debited, but you actually is not gone to the right guy. So that's a big challenge, right? You anyway have a problem and you created more problem for yourself, your BP is rising. So that kind of problem should not happen when you're sitting at home, you do not know whom to contact, right? So the payment reconciliation, which creates dispute settlements in terms of how this dispute can be, helped. So RBI also came with a regulator saying that every bank needs to settle on T+1 day, the digital transactions. So that was a solution which helped us also to create, and so that the end customers who are doing digital banking, from that point of view, the disputes are settled. So these are some things which really helped us, and we moved the angle. So we got many big transaction volumes coming up, and we did everything remotely. And it is unheard of. You never heard of banks giving VPN connectivity to you, ever, right? You couldn't think of, right? Because there was no option. But it happened, but also it had cyber security challenges, as we all spoke about. I think the mix of people and the technology, mainly the technology, helped us in transforming the business of what we did. And what we did previous was the traditional part of the business. I think it gave us many ideas of out-of-box thinking for the innovations we needed to create. I think that is one of the key takeaways, I will say, that it helped us, build it. And today we see the productivity of people, the customer interactions, the customer experiences was very important. So while you do digital transformation, your experience with the customer has to be important, otherwise your referenceability is over. So everything had to be done remotely from that point of view. I think it was a good collaboration from all that point.
Great insights from Surjit ji, and I like this statement that कि अगर जिंदा रहेंगे तो business भी हो जाएगा. So if you look back in time, it looks like the first wave was the starter, and the second wave was a real thing. And I was having a conversation with some family friends meeting after COVID after 2 years, and we were all discussing achievements of last 2 years. And someone said that कि हम जिंदा हैं, यही अपने आप में achievement है. So that was the extent of it. And in these troubled times, many of the sectors actually transformed themselves, as Aviva, as you mentioned, this is a heroic thing. And let me just request each of us in this room to actually give a big claps for ourselves and for the whole BFSI sector for this momentous achievement of transformation. If you look at it from a different point of view, कि अगर IT नहीं होता तो banking sector रुक जाता, और अगर banking sector रुक जाता तो देश रुक जाता. So that is the whole extent of this achievement which has happened in the last 2 years. So let me come to Adesh again. And Adesh, each of our speakers has spoken about, as last speaker talked about VPN, unimaginable, happening, and employees accessing the sensitive data of the BFSI in homes, unimaginable. All of this has happened. So how has the extent of the cyber security the concept evolved in the last 2 years? And what is the damage control strategy which is required by the organizations, especially in the BFSI sector?
Great question. I don't know how to answer this. Honestly, I'm not a security expert. But from our experience, I think we learn from our customers. We've seen them pivot around very quickly onto this aspect. The innovation has taken a leapfrog in how they have evolved with their application landscape, their user base, the end functionality. And technology companies such as Dell, because of the extent of the portfolio, just don't make infrastructure, we make software, we make applications that are getting consumed or are the basis for these IT infrastructure to be brought up. So what we've learned is that cybersecurity or protection has to be thought at every aspect. It just doesn't come at accessing a physical premises. So if you came into this hotel today morning, you had your bags scanned, frisked, you probably gone through a metal detector just to ensure that you're not carrying anything hazardous. But there was no physical check on whether you are the person that has registered until you reach the registration desk, and a name card would suffice. Now think of it. Uh, I had to renew my insurance over a phone call, and I would wonder what the rep or what the company had to think through to ensure that they got the renewal from the person before time, and it was the right person insuring it. Somebody could just use my identity credentials, steal them, and I too had to had that conscious thought process of how safe are my information. I'm giving in my information, personal information, my unique credentials, which I didn't want to be there in the public domain. Now, as a company, any organization, no matter what industry they have to look at all of these aspects, right? From building the tenets of physical security, building it as an application. As they develop applications, as they develop modern workloads, consume them, they have to think security is at the center of it. And even within our technologies, we have enabled all of these tests right at the manufacturing. So ensuring that you don't have a hardware component that's been compromised because it came from a certain location. Okay, how do you ensure that no IP is being stolen? Something which is like if you're installing a software which kind of eavesdrops on your environment network, that's something that you could find out. But what if it's there physically on a hardware or a chip that you can't find out? So we have set up processes to ensure that our products are built in with that kind of security aspect, so that you have a trusted platform that you're running on. The other things that have evolved as well is on the way we thought of application security worked. And like my fellow speaker earlier said, that you have to have preparedness for a zero-day kind of attack. We have, from the data protection group, have evolved to say that should that fail, what is your recovery strategy? And we are helping organizations to transform their data protection, from a recovery mechanism, creating a vault-like solution to help them recover should such an uneventful, event happen. Most organizations today have spent a lot of time, money, human resources to building that protection perimeter, ensuring that there are checks done at all levels. And as a technology partner as well, we have seen that we have to up our game, ensure that we help this onboarding journey for our customers very simplified.
I think Adesh has really summed it up. I just wanted to add, I think the realization has been pre-COVID. A lot of people thought this will not happen to us. This will not happen to me. Today, the realization is it is bound to happen. How strong my parameters are. And even if the parameters get breached, God forbid, how soon can I recover? And how strong is my data protection? I think that whole shift in realization has happened. So as I say it in a very simple terms, while I'm not a techie here, is trust in God but lock your car. I think that's the situation that has come today.
You want to comment on this?
The important part is that we have to work and we have to have controls, right? So nothing will be 100% secure, right? But we have to live and just see how we can able to resolve that issue in a minimum time frame. I think that's the key part. I think we are all evolving. Nothing is concrete that 100% is secure. Nobody can guarantee from that perspective. I think what we are doing, we are reducing the probability of the security issues what we can have, and trying to work proactively in that area.
So we are like towards the end of this session, and I will request each of the speakers to give their closing remarks, and especially I will request them to talk about the digital transformation they are going to see in the next 3 years. So lot has happened. I think like the Satya Nadella has given a comment that the transformation which we are thinking will happen in next 5 years or 10 years, it has actually happened in last 2 years. So how is the next 3 years looking like? Are we done with it? Have we implemented whatever has to get implemented, or is there still a journey to be covered? And if like yes, then what it is? What next has to happen?
That's a very long question. We could have a topic on this, but let me try and sum it up. You said closing statements should be in 2 minutes, but I'll let me sum it up. Very kind. Now, I think when you onto the last part of your question first, are we there? I think we are at the tip of the iceberg of seeing what digitization can do. Because if you look at it already, I think I'll break it up into 3 or 4 parts. First part is, I think digitalization will now move into virtualization and metaverse. In next 2 to 3 years, virtualization and metaverse will be a integral part of our life. So if you have not adopted it, if you don't know about it, my submission is go and look at the first course on metaverse in wherever free platform you can get and start learning about it, because that is going to be a reality of the life, that is there. And this will then start to spill in your customer experience. This will then start to spill on the products that you design for our customer or your customers. And this will then also start to spill in the talent that you would need to fulfill. So if you were to look at it, every aspect of your business, every aspect of your life will get touched, not only touched, will get hugely impacted by digitalization, right? I say that in my organization, if your job doesn't have a digital element, then be very, very worried, because the job will cease to exist. Irrespective of what you do in the organization, right from a call center executive to a CXO to being in any department of legal, finance, compliance, or risk, whatever to operations. I think every job will have a digital element. I think that's part. Your customers will demand a lot more of you from digitization and product. The second thing is digitization would start to have an influence on product personalization. In a BFSI sector standpoint, while we will have to personalize the product, that product personalization or hyper personalization, as I see, will start to happen across industries across segments of BFSI industry, and that will be led by digitization in the first part. Data and digitization will play a very, very key role in innovation that the organizations would have. I think those are my thoughts, and not to forget talent. I think you will need to have talent which will have the capability to not only understand but also to deliver against all of these tasks that are there. So that's right.
I think I will request Surjit to speak about this.
I think the journey has begun on digital transformation. If you say in one word, India became #1 in digital transaction, crossing 25.6 billion transactions over China and US. I think that speaks of a huge thing. We have not only caught up, we became #1 from that point of view. And the kind of technologies we are adopting, I think the pace at which India is adopting the technology is far, far ahead than lot many other developed countries, if you talk about it. I think what we should look at is that one is the digital transaction, payment transaction, and so on and so forth. I think everywhere, everything is moving to the metaverse. It's a big transition happening, right? Last 20 years, the way we used to do our job, the way we used to look for a job, nothing is going to be some traditional way of doing things. Everything is going to be virtualized, even for your land purchases, right? It will be on a virtual environment, and that's the way the metaverse is getting defined. You see Facebook change its name to metaverse. From that point of view, that's a big indicator for all of us from that point of view. I think while doing this, it's important that we reskill our employees and we reskill ourselves, right? The learning and unlearning is a very, very important aspect for not only to stay relevant, but also to stay ahead of the curve from others. I think that's very important, not only for employee as well as for the organizations what you work for. I think the products are getting designed in a very different fashion than what you would ever imagine in the way it has been designed right now. Because everything is a straight-through process, we call it STP, right? And it removes all the processes, but it is foolproof from that point of view, while the security controls are being put in. I think the journey has begun. I think we should spend more time in terms of looking how the innovations can give. And I think the millennial guys who are right from coming from the college right now, they're also exposed to lot many things. The technology, especially in the AI, the BFSI is dominated on AI ML. And I think the next technology which is coming is the blockchain, right? A lot of use cases are getting built up, but still there is not a feasible, in terms of a use case which is working right now. But I think lot many use cases, lot many investments are going into the blockchain area. Even the cryptocurrency which talked about, RBI talked about digital assets from that point on, right? I think those are technology advancements which you need to upgrade and which we'll see very soon are light of the day. Which was talked about once upon a time, it is not once upon a time, it is for tomorrow. I think that's the way you should look at it.
Both our speakers have said that abhi to party shuru hui hai, right? So Adesh, your take.
Yeah, I think Mr. Malik and Mr. Roy have been very candid in sharing their vision. On behalf of Dell, I think what we are looking at also is definitely listening to what our customers want and adapt to it. But very important thing both of these gentlemen mentioned was talent. We've got a group of people in the organizations that have been delivering for a certain period of time, doing the things the same old ways, but are on the fence on adapting to the new talent. There has been a consistent change and adaptation in the modern technology, which the millennials are absolutely savvy with. So I know of my nephew who's about 12 years old and who's already talking about coding. He loves it. I wouldn't think I would be the same. If I was the same age, I would have had that kind of energy and keenness. What, as Dell Technologies, we've also been cognizant of is ensuring that while we're doing this modernization, we're adapting to this new tech world, how are we helping the environment? One of our moonshot goals has been focusing the environment. One of the other moonshot goals is having diverse and inclusive workforce, especially women in tech get an opportunity to get back and share from their experience being in this domain, having domain level expertise. Dell is helping them bridge back so that there is a good balance of technology acumen as well as industry experience that comes back and helps us, build this ramp up for the Indian economy. So across the industry, we've seen that innovation is right at the top speed. I wouldn't say it's at the top here, but as we move on to the next level, we will need to have the right workforce, right platforms, and right technology partners to accelerate this journey.
Thank you, all our esteemed speakers. I think we had a great session, great learning. In fact, I have learned so much in this. So it's an honor and a privilege for me to be here as a moderator, and my gratitude to all our speakers and all our delegates who are here. Thank you so much, and we will end it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of our esteemed speakers for sharing their perspective on what matters the most, and of course, for putting forth that digitization is the way ahead and it should be at the forefront. Thank you once again. And of course, I would request Ravi sir to please do the honors and present a memento to all of our speakers. First to Mr. Amit Malik, MD and CEO, Aviva India Life Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Next, can we please present a memento to Mr. Surajit Roy, MD and CEO, ITBI Intech Limited. And once again, Mr. Adesh Manjrekar, Head of Pre-Sales Data Protection Solutions, Dell Technologies. Now, can we have a group photo, please? Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panel. Thank you so much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next technology presentation. The topic for this session is accelerating customer interaction, digitization for financial institutions. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Raman MK, Head of ABM Exotel. Mr. Raman has played an instrumental role over the last 5 years in moving enterprises to the cloud. His expertise lies in helping organizations create a personalized customer communication experience at scale. He has worked with some of the largest organizations, including banks, marketplaces, logistics companies, etc. His expertise lies in helping organizations create a personalized customer communication experience at scale. He has worked with some of the largest organizations, including banks, marketplaces, logistics, of course, on their cloud adoption practices. Can we please put our hands together and welcome Mr. Raman on stage?
They connect well. They connect.
Welcome, sir. I think we can do a better job. I would like everyone to put their hands together, please.
Guys, we need some energy in the room. I think we have some excellent leaders of this industry here, and who are here after 2 years of COVID to be present in person and talk about digital transformation in the BFSI sector. So let me request you all to put your hands up and just say hi to like each of us. Just say hi to each of us. Say hi.
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 Thank you so much. And may I request to welcome our next speaker with a big round of applause. Let's encourage and welcome him. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some technical difficulty with technology presentation. Just give us a minute.
Part of life. So those who have joined late, let me inform you that we had two presentations in the morning focusing on technology sectors, and an excellent panel discussion we just had with the leaders of the industry. And the whole day is lined up with great speakers, great lineup of topics, great themes, and a lot of networking and interactions. So welcome you all again, and we are going to have a very, very exciting day and evening today. So we have with us Raman Kishore, who is the head of account-based marketing of Exotel, and who is going to speak on accelerating customer interaction digitization for financial institutions. So again, requesting each of us, give us a big hand of applause, and let's start this. Raman, over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm definitely excited to be back here now to meeting people in person, then over screens and computer screens and tabs, etc. So yeah, looking forward to this. So today we're going to be talking about I think the previous panel spoke a lot about digitization. Here we are actually going to be talking about digitization of customer interaction and how this has actually been accelerating in the recent past in the entire financial segment. I mean, just a quick intro about myself. I think most of it was given already. Basically, I handle enterprise marketing for the firm called Exotel. We're actually, we call ourselves one Exotel at this point in time. It's Exotel plus Amio plus Cogno. It's a combination of 3 companies, right? Let's get started. Yeah, so I think this is something that was covered in the last panel. We actually live in like a
ever-changing world, right? In fact, post-pandemic, a lot of things are, I mean, at least few things are coming back to normal. Like for instance, us being here in this room, talking to each other in person is definitely coming back to normal. But few things are still unchanged, right? And it's going to stay the same. And one such thing is the customer interaction, right? So in fact, customer expectation and customer interaction has actually changed quite a bit since the pandemic. And that's exactly what most companies are here to basically adopt ways in which they can actually meet this changing customer expectation. And companies are doing multiple things. So, I mean, I'll probably classify them into three broad areas, what companies are focusing on. One is basically workforce, right? So enabling the workforce from wherever they are. They can be on-premise, they can be working from office, they can be working from their home, they can be working on the field, wherever they are, enabling them with the best possible channel, the best possible technology to talk to their customers. I think that's one first change that most companies are doing. And the second thing is basically channels, enabling multiple channels. So in fact, the customer is expected to communicate with you as a business over multiple channels, and enabling all these workflows across different work locations to communicate with the customer across all of these channels is another key thing that most companies are looking to do. And the third thing is technology. Again, technology is a broad term, and in fact here I wanted to specify about AI and use of natural language processing to basically make this entire communication easier and simpler for the customer. Again, all of this are aimed towards meeting that rising customer interaction or customer expectations, right? So let's move on. I mean, talking about customer interaction and engagement, so these are all the different stakeholders that you generally see in any financial institution, for that matter, right? Who is going to be talking to your customers. So it could be, it's not just the communication that happens between your customer support agent and the customer, right? It's also the customer communication that happens between your say your relationship manager and the customer, sales agent and the customer. You can also go outside your organization. So your outsourced BPO and your customer, your outsourced or your dealers and your customer, consultants and your customer, and etc. So there are communication happening across various channels, not just within your organization, also with your extended organization. But one challenge here is that how do you enable all of these channels to communicate the same language to the customer, to basically not break that experience or not break that continuity. And secondly, how do you actually get data or this communication data that is being going to the customer from across all of these functions that's actually talking to the customer. So that is one of the key challenges that most companies are facing at this point. In fact, the next slide will actually tell you how cluttered it looks like, right? So here you can see multiple functions who are actually talking to your customers on a daily basis. You might see marketing team who's talking to your customers, your sales team talking to your customers, your on-field team, relationship team, and multiple other customers, any customer support team. In fact, you can actually go deeper into each of these functions. Each of these functions have sub-functions for every product. So, and all of them are using multiple channels, ranging from voice, SMS, your contact center, video contact center, WhatsApp, and etc. Right? And imagine all of these sub-functions using all these channels and trying to get data from all of them, right? So, in fact, even if I ask one of you here, who are you working with for your SMS vendor, who are you working with for your contact center, who are you working for your email, I'm sure at least 90% of you will give me different vendor names, right? So imagine getting data from each of these vendors and putting together in one place, and then giving, basically giving some thought or meaningful way in which you can actually communicate with your customers. So that's the key challenge that most companies are looking to solve. So that's basically what a multi-vendor dependency does for you, right? And in fact, this also has isolated all these channels. That is, most of these channels are working in silos. That is, for example, if I'm chatting with someone on WhatsApp, or an agent on WhatsApp regarding a loan process, if I call an agent, he does not have any context on what was happening on chat, right? So most of these channels are actually working in silos. So both of these multi-vendor dependency and your siloed communication, what this does is it creates a broken experience, customer experience, right? Or rather incomplete customer experience, you could say. And that is where I think that this is the issue that is being addressed, right? So how do we address this? I mean, broadly, I mean, in one word, digitization would be the answer. But if I have to classify this and put this in form of steps, again, strictly talking from a communication platform perspective, we can split them into assistance, automation, and integration. Right? I'm going to go over each of them one by one. I'm not going to go too specific into them. I'm going to talk about some of the popular technology that is there in each of these steps that is actually being utilized by the customer. So let's talk about assistance, right? So all of us here need assistance, right? Be it whatever, like be it filling forms like these, complex forms like, say, filling your loan application forms, filling a form when you want to open a bank account, and etc. Some of these have become easier. In fact, government has made it necessarily easier to a lot of people by ensuring that digitization is a mandatory. But even after this, there is a lot of friction, right? In fact, most of us digital savvy folks might find this trivial, might find remote assistance to be trivial. It's not really the case. In fact, while I was filling my tax return forms, filing when I was doing, I would have actually it would have helped a lot if I had someone who took me along the way, right? So that shows that there is a clear friction in the form of form filling, right? So, and this is something that most companies are trying to address. So imagine your customers who are coming till the form filling stage and they're actually dropping off. That's basically a cost to your company, cost to that organization. And this challenge is trying to be, again, most companies are trying to solve this challenge. So, I mean, we've spoken a lot about this. Let's take a quick commercial break. Just kidding. I just want to show you how Bajaj Alliance is actually looking to solve this. Hopefully, this video will play. You can hear it from Ayushmann Khurrana himself. So.
मेरा नेफ्यू बंटी अकेले साइकिल चलाने से घबराता तो उसका एक्सपर्ट चाचू खड़ा हुआ है साथ साथ चलाएंगे और डर को भगाएंगे स्मार्ट ना जैसे बजाज आलियांज लाइफ स्मार्ट असिस्ट जो आपको इंश्योरेंस एक्सपर्ट के साथ कनेक्ट करे और स्क्रीन शेयरिंग पे प्लान डिटेल से लेकर फॉर्म भरने तक सारा काम चुटकियों में करता स्मार्ट ना आज बिना मिले मिलकर स्मार्ट असिस्ट स्क्रीन शेयर के साथ पॉलिसी खरीद लो लाइफ गोल्स पूरे करो समझो हो गया.
All right, that was definitely more like an ad, but one second. Yeah, so in fact, like what he spoke about there, I really like the analogy that he took, right? So when you're trying to learn a bike, to ride a bike, obviously things are going to be a lot easier when you have someone assisting you. And that's exactly what the solution that I'm going to talk about, which is called co-browsing solution. Basically, imagine while you're filling your form, you have your agent who's live with you and is actually sharing his screen live with you and is actually assisting you through every step of the way, be it on chat, be it on voice, be it on WhatsApp, whichever channel, but he's basically sharing his screen and he's actually assisting you on how you can get it done. So, I mean, obviously this has a lot of benefits. So, I mean, two most important benefits is one, improved first-time conversion, right? So when I say first-time conversion, we just spoke about drop-offs. So now you can actually limit all of those drop-offs by ensuring that your customer goes all the way, right? He doesn't drop off at the form filling stage. And next, the other important thing is that, in fact, if you observe 30 to 40% of the queries that come to your support agents are actually about what do I fill here? I have doubts about some of the products, and all of these are the general questions that comes to these support center teams, right? And all of these can actually be resolved much quicker and much faster with such a solution. And that's why we're actually being able to add a clear value when it comes to smart assist. I mean, the next part we spoke about was automation, right? I mean, automation is actually a very widely used term at this point in time. In fact, what is automation? I mean, putting a IVR layer on top of your customer support is also automation. But is it automation in its true sense? Maybe not, right? I mean, if you think about it, there are a lot of static conversation that happens, again, across all your functions. Say at a sales level, there's a bunch of static conversation that happens. It could be inquiry about the product, it could be inquiry about the service, etc. Right? And similarly, at an agent level or a customer support level, there are again a bunch of static queries that happens. At the collection level, again, there are a bunch of static queries. So all of these things can actually be automated, right? So imagine you have a bot at each of these functions, which is actually trained to answer all of these questions and is now able to also communicate with one another, not just with the customer, but also with one another. That's where integration comes in the next step. But that is automation in its true sense, right? And that is what most companies are aiming towards. In fact, towards the end of the solution, I'll give you a real life example of how all of these three would actually make a complete experience for the customer. In fact, these has multiple value adds again. I think, like you can see on the screen, now you can actually assist the customer any point in time. You don't really have to have an agent at the background, right? You can still ensure when the customer comes on board, he is assisted to it no matter what. So which leads to better CSAT, better satisfaction for sure. And of course, you're trying to reduce the entire load on your customer support team or any other functional team for that matter, sales team, etc. So it also has a huge impact on your cost. So in fact, I'll just show you how much of an impact it has on your cost. So this is one of the examples of how we've been working with Kotak group of companies. And what we do for them is basically we have enabled bots across all the channels for their particular, like their top of the funnel function, right? So, and what we're doing is, in fact, if you observe here, you'll see both the website and the WhatsApp speaks the same language, right? So it's all about how you're actually talking to the customer in the same language across all your channels, and that is what matters. So, and this is the same across a Facebook or a Facebook bot, or if you go to any other channel, you'll see very similar language. And this has actually helped them reduce all of the things that I spoke about, especially when it comes to cost. They've been able to save almost 30 to 40 CR a year, right? I mean, that's a huge number. I mean, if you actually come to a booth probably after the session, we can discuss offline on exactly how they went about doing this, or how you can do this for your company, right? So this is one prime example that shows the impact of automation. The third part is integration, right? In fact, I briefly touched upon this topic in the cluttered slide that we showed. This is basically the uncluttered version of it, right? So in an ideal scenario, imagine you have all your channels, be it a voice bot, be it a chat bot, be it a WhatsApp bot, call center, video call center, etc., which is in a single platform, right? And on top of that, you have all your functions, multiple teams who's accessing data from a single platform again, right? So, and now at the bottom of it all, you have one AI layer which is going to talk between every channel and is also going to give you insights on what exactly happened on that channel, right? So now this sort of a system with customer in between will probably give you the most complete experience that you can give to a customer, right? And that is exactly what we are trying to do at OneXO. In fact, what we have is basically we have all the channels that you can think of from a communication standpoint, whatever that I spoke to you earlier, and we have all the functions. It could be like a cloud contact center function, or a cloud phone function, or a cloud platform, right? So it could be your on-prem team talking to your customers, or it could be your on-field agents who are talking through the mobile application, or it could be your work-from-home agents who are trying to log into their system and trying to call from the system, right? So it can be any of your customer-facing teams who's talking to the customer and from any function, right? They can now leverage all the channels, and they'll have an AI layer and a bot layer which is running on top of all of them to talk between each of these channels. And this makes it a lot more easier. In fact, this gives you a bird's eye view of every customer across every stage of his buying cycle, right? So now you know exactly at this particular stage what are the touch points I'm having for this customer. At onboarding stage, what are the touch points I'm having, and each of these touch points are communicated to the relevant teams so that they have context on what happened to the customer in the previous journey before talking to them, right? So that gives a wholesome experience to your customer. And this is what we call customer data platform, in fact, right? So in fact, most CDP players out there are trying to do this with complicated systems, integrated systems. And here we're trying to make their life much easier. So I want to talk about an example. I spoke to you earlier that I'll give you a real life example, right? So I'm going to give you an example of how a remote insurance purchasing experience looks like, right? With a complete experience. So imagine an insurance buyer actually comes on your platform and you're actually capturing that lead. So now imagine there's a bot. Again, this bot, he need not come to your website. He can be wherever your CTAs are. He can come wherever, whichever channel you guys publish your CTAs. Now the bot actually interacts with the customer and tries to understand what exactly the customer wants and fixes up a meeting or books appointment slots between the customer and the available sales manager or the relationship manager, right? And then your relationship manager actually sets up a call. Basically, your AI comes in, it analyzes the context of that particular chat, and then it basically sets up a call with the relationship manager. And the relationship manager then has a call, say the sales manager has a call with the customer. It could be over video chat, or it could be over a regular voice call, it could be over SMS, WhatsApp, etc. Right? Post this, say the customer is interested, he's moving to a consideration stage, and he wants to start filling forms. Then you have another agent who has complete context of what happened till now, who's going to be talking to the customer, basically assisting him through the entire process, so that he can have a seamless experience now, right? And then all of these data is now available to all your post-sale teams as well, right? It could be a customer support team, it could be a relationship management team. So now they'll have complete context of that customer, right? So your customer support team can now solve all the queries. They can actually be even proactive and go to the customer and say, this is what you are facing right now, I can help you solve this, right? And instead of being reactive, which is what most of the teams do right now, we can be more proactive. And your relationship management team or your upselling team and etc. or your collection team can actually again be more proactive. So everything will be data based, right? So the data will be accessible at one point. That is what a single stack provider like OneXO will help you. So that probably brings me to the end of the slide or end of the session. Basically, I just wanted to leave you guys with a bit of what we do. These are some of the customers. So in fact, we started off about 11 years back. 11 to 12 years back. 2011 is when we started off. And in fact, currently we actually work with 6,000 plus customers. I mean, like I told you earlier, we are actually, recently we actually merged with Amio and we also acquired this company called Cogno. So Exital was the leading cloud telephony player, and then Amio was the leading contact center player, and then we had Cogno, who's one of the most popular player in the entire BFS segment. If you've used an AI chatbot, you would have come across Cogno, right? So now with all these three coming together, we are actually able to give you a single platform that can give you all communication platform that you can think of with the AI layer on top of it. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. And yeah, hopefully you guys will help us get there. All right, that's it from my side. You guys have any questions? Thank you so much, guys.
Any questions? We can end it here, Raman. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for Mr. Raman? Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation on how we can accelerate customer interaction, digitization. Now, I would love to present a memento as a token of our appreciation. May I request Mr. Dominic Vijay Kumar, Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Art Housing Finance India Limited, to please present a memento as a token of appreciation. And of course, Dr. Ravi Gupta, who's here. I think we can do a better job. Come on, everybody, please put your hands together. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a very short, very quick networking break for the next 10 minutes. So you can go out and check out the exhibition and come back in. This is going to be a very, very short break. You can just go out and check out the exhibition area and of course meet all of our partners. Thank you.
अभी कहाँ मेरे को कहाँ मिल रहा है? मेरा एजेंडा कहाँ गया? कौन?
यार मेरा ले लो।
अरे नहीं, अरे सर लेके गए हैं मेरे, उस पे ना पीपीटी वगैरह करनी। उनको नहीं हो रहा प्रॉब्लम तो वो क्या हाँ जी सर
ये वाला करेक्ट कर रही है
ये है वो कनेक्ट नहीं है कनेक्ट नहीं है
तो देख लो
Hello. Requesting all of our guests to please come inside the hall as we are about to begin with the next session immediately. Once again, requesting everyone outside in the exhibition area to please come inside the hall as we are about to begin our next session. My final announcement before I begin the next session, requesting all of our guests to please come inside the hall. Okay, then I will begin the next technology presentation. The topic for this session is AI, an essential factor in digital transformation for BFSI. This session is by Simplify. Simplify brings artificial intelligence to the future workforce by making AI solutions accessible for all. And our speaker for this session is Ms. Wasim Sheikh, CEO of India Operations. Ms. Wasim is an accomplished software executive with over 18 years of experience in the software industry and currently holds the CEO position of Simplify India. Before being named CEO, Ms. Wasim was Simplify COO and led day-to-day operations along with handling multiple project delivery. So truly an inspiration. Can we please put our hands together and welcome her? Come on, everybody. Let's have the energy high so that the speakers can absorb it from all of us and give us a great session, isn't it?
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm Wasim Sheikh, and as my introduction has been done by the coordinator, I'm handling India operation for the Simplify. It is a Norway-based company, and I'm associated with this company from last 5 years when we have started operations in India. We are a product-based company, and it's okay. 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 So we are a product-based company, and we are majorly into the AI softwares and AI solutions. Now we all know that we use AI solution in day-to-day activities. Basically, you can take example of voice assistant. You can take example of face recognition. These are the day-to-day AI solution we use in the personal life, and we cannot imagine our life now without these kind of solutions. Now this is with the personal life. How now AI is impacting to the corporate, and how corporate is reacting to such kind of AI solutions. Nowadays, like digital transformation is enjoying like deeper penetration in all the industry across all the domains. No matter what sort of like end users they have, they want to avail some kind of AI solution where they can enhance their customer experience with the help of the AI and new technologies. BFSI is one of the early adapter of AI, and the BFSI industry is going to some kind of modernization as of now with the help of AI solution. Why this kind of trend is there basically? Why nowadays like exploring some kind of use cases, what sort of new AI solutions are there in the market, what sort of use cases they can automate in their organization. There are the multiple factors towards that. First one is the competition. Everybody wants to lead their market. They want to ahead of everybody. Apart from that, we know that with the help of automation, we can automate repetitive and the simple tasks, which can move to the automation, and the the human being can focus on the critical part. Apart from that, like reducing cost is a major factor. Reducing costs, increasing productivity, and apart from that, like even reducing workload from the employees, that is also critical part. Nowadays, like market is employee centric, and you need to take care of your employees. If somebody is working like day and night, the workload is continuous, then definitely attrition rate will be there. So these are the major factors why BFSI and other domains are really focusing on the AI automation in the digital formation. Now AI is necessity and not a choice. Basically, everybody knows that they can do wonders with the help of AI automation. BFSI is among the early adapters of AI within business operation. AI has become essential to meet their rising customer experience. As with the help of AI, they can provide responses on the time and with the limited time to their customers, and then that's how they can keep their customers happy, and that's how they can increase their user base. And that's the only thing where they can sustain if they can increase their user base in the current market. While maintaining current market competition, most of the BFSI organization has started some kind of automation in their day-to-day operation as of now. And AI automation is no more a new concept for them. No more new concept for them, and everybody is trying to avail that. Now see how the AI, the market is positive towards AI automation solution. This is the survey from the PwC. 54% executive says that implementing AI solution, they have increased their productivity. Now how productivity is getting increased, like we are you moving repetitive tasks to AI automation, and that's how they are able to focus on the critical tasks, and that's how they are able to provide their service in the proper way to the customers. 79% people says that AI, they think that AI will make their job easy and simple and the more efficient. If you see these figures, like globally, 50% of the companies say has already adopted AI in at least one of the business solution. 96% says that their solutions are already in the deployment stage, or they are saying they have at least initiated the project. From this 96% test, 27% people says that they have already deployed their solution and they are availing their benefits of the AI. Now, what are the focal areas of AI deployment in the BFSI sector? There are the four major areas where AI deployment can be done. First is the customer service, claims handling, banking assistant, and email coordination. If you see overall, the process is a similar kind of process is there for all these four areas. End user calls or end user sends some kind of unstructured text to the executive. Executive try to understand that unstructured text. He extract the important information from that unstructured text, whether it is chat, email, whatever platform. Executive goes to any kind of system, he extract the important information from the system, and he or she respond back to the particular end user. That's how the overall process works. In some of the scenario, even documentation handling is a part which can be handled by the document bot or some kind of AI solution. And this process can be automated end to end with the help of AI automation, where emails can be read, or maybe unstructured text can be read from the any kind of ticketing system, or even from the chat. And AI can understand the intention, and accordingly AI can take decision on top of that, and it can interact with the multiple system with the help of API, or maybe if legacy systems are there, then screen automation comes in the picture in this case. Now there are the four things which indicates like your business really required to invest in AI. If you are dealing with the major data, like huge data in day-to-day operation, whether it is document, whether it is maybe email, any kind of unstructured text. So you are supposed to move all these repetitive activities to AI, so that your core team can put focus on the important customer, and they can provide proper services to their customers, and even it will increase the productivity as the core team is focusing on the important work. And overall, this is a win-win situation even for the organization. If you see like your employees are frequently working overtime, then it's alarm time. You need to reduce their workload by moving their repetitive tasks to some kind of automation solution. And this is how even you will keep your employees happy. because you know that this is employee-centric market and we need to take care of employees. Otherwise, then attrition rate will be there, and every new joiners comes, then training part is there, other expenses are there, and this is overall impacts on the growth of the company. So workload is the problem if you see in the day-to-day basis with your employees. So you need to really look into that. If people are really aware of what are the AI solutions, what sort of ROI they will get with particular kind of AI solution, they should go ahead and they should avail that solution, because that's how they will sustain in the market. The fourth one is, if you want to scale faster in the minimum budget and in with the minimum like smaller period, then AI is the only solution where you can avail automation and you can achieve your scaling factor. Now, what are the pitfalls? Assume that like you're going ahead with some kind of AI solution, customized AI solution, whether it is like in-house or whether it is with some kind of vendor. What are the pitfalls over there? Like there are the three important factors where you need to be very careful: funding, skill sets, and the sample data. You need to be very careful that funding need to be proper from the starting of the project till the end of the project. As you know that there's implementing AI solution is not the economical affair. It need X amount of funding, and you need to be very particular about that funding. Then only you will be able to achieve ROI on top of that. Otherwise, everything will get delayed, and that's how then it will be a kind of additional cost to your business. Skill set. Whenever like companies going ahead with the customized solution in-house, they need to be very careful like what sort of resources they have, what sort of skill sets in-house they have. Otherwise, then if they are going ahead with some kind of AI solution, which skill set is not present in the organization, then they will end up with the training of particular resources, and that's how the things will get delayed. And as the technology will new for that resource, even you cannot imagine or you cannot predict like what sort of quality you will get and what sort of deadlines achievement will be there from your team members. Third one is the sample data. For getting particular accuracy level, you need to have sample data in place. Otherwise, accuracy level won't be up to the mark. Now, what is the solution for such kind of problem? Simplified Digital Studio can be one of the solution. We make AI simple and accessible for all. Simple to assemble, train, integrate, supervise, and expand. What do you mean by the assemble? Assemble means configuring the bot for the different sources, whether it is email, whether it is ticketing tool, from where we want to read any kind of unstructured text. The assembly is very easy with the help of Simplify Studio. Training can be done by any non-technical person who knows how to handle what is the important information from that particular email unstructured text. He can identify that information and he can train the bot. So technical skill set is not needed for the training purpose. Integration we do majorly with the APIs. We prefer APIs as everything happens in the background. But if somebody has like legacy system and they want to achieve end-to-end automation, then skill automation comes in the picture. And then we take different help from the different technology like UI path or automation anywhere as per customer's requirement. That's how we achieve end-to-end automation here. Supervising is very easy with the help of Simplify Studio. With this platform, you can monitor your day-to-day activities, how your bot is functioning, how many unstructured texts are getting into not identified, or how many getting wrongly identified, and you can correct that data on the daily basis. That's how you will increase the accuracy level for your bots. And the expansion is also one of the major factor and the easiest thing with the Simplify product. Because you need to just configure the bot, you need to train the bot, define the action flow, and your bot is ready to go live. And the launching of this can be done in the weeks. We don't need much time because this is out of the shelf product, and majorly we deal with the data and the action flow with the APIs and the screen automation. How simplify AI simple and accessible for all? We can go up to the 90% automation grade. Here everybody has to understand like AI is not a magic. And if you deploy something, not necessary that on the first day you will get 90% automation over there. It will gradually increase on the basis of the way you are training what, the way your sample data providing to the bot. Maybe it will start from the 50% and gradually it will go to 60, 70, 80, 90, 95. It's depend on how you are training your bot. And our solution can be implemented within a week. No coding skill sets are required. We can train our bot with the minimum samples of the 100 sample data. Data privacy and the compliances part we are taking care with the ISOs and with the data centers. So that is nothing to worry. And this is how you can eliminate your repetitive tasks and the manual work. If you want to discuss use cases in detail for the BFSI domain, please visit our booth where we can discuss the actual use cases in the detail and what sort of solutions we have provided to our customers. Thanks for listening me patiently and have a great day ahead. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for emphasizing how AI is an essential factor in digital transformation for BFSI. Now, to present a memento as a token of appreciation to Ms. Waseem Sheikh, CEO, India Operations Simplify, may I once again invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief, the Banking and Finance Post. Please do the honors. Can we please put our hands together, everybody? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, before I start my next panel discussion, I want to make sure that I have all of your complete attention because that is required, right? At the end of the day, I want to see your energy. So is it fine if we do a little exercise? My God, the absolute noise that went down as soon as I said exercise is hilarious. Don't worry. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I got one thumbs up. Amazing. Two right there. We have some real stalwarts over here. Simple exercise. Don't worry. I'm not going to make you run and jump and all of that. I just want all of you to raise your right hand up in the air. Everybody, right hand up in the air. All right? Right hand. Everybody, if there's anyone whose right hand is not up, I'm going to come to you. I promise. Now also raise your left hand. Both hands up. In the air. Both hands up. And now that we look like Ramdev Baba's students, please put your hands together. Now that is more like it. I want you to keep the energy high throughout the session because at the end of the day, the speakers who are going to come here, they're going to absorb your energy and then give you great sessions. Right? Can I get it right? That is more like it. So now I'm going to start our next panel discussion. The topic for this session is leadership, culture, and technology, moving beyond digital transformation to building the bank of future. As banks consider the pros and cons of a broader enterprise digital strategy, banks will need an AI and analytics capability stack that delivers intelligent, personalized solutions and distinct experiences at scale in real time to thrive in the AI-powered digital age. Banks and financial institutions need to be digitally transformed to deliver a consistent banking experience, whether it is online or retail. And our esteemed panel now. First, may I invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Deepak Singla, Sales Director, India, BMC Software. Can we please put our hands together, everybody? Keep the energy high. Welcome, sir. Next, may I invite Mr. Arif Khan, Chief Digital Officer, NPCI. May I now invite Mr. Deepak Oram, Head Marketing Technology and Automation, HDFC Bank. And also Mr. Avinash Kulkarni, VP Enterprise Sales, Rapida Cloud Solutions. I see it going, the energy going down. This is not the way. Come on, everybody, back there. Put your hands together. Over to you, Mr. Singla.
Thank you so much, and it's an absolute pleasure, first of all, to attend an in-person event after like 2 years. I was just talking to a lot of people since I have come, and most of us said that yes, it's their first in-person event. So congratulations that we are finally coming out from staring at each other on a TV screen, each of us having a small square centimeter area that we were vying for. So the world is back to normal, which is great, and it's an absolute honor and privilege to be with such an esteemed panel, such renowned dignitaries with whom I'm sharing space today. Well, this panel discussion is all about Bank of the Future, and I can't help but remember 15 years back or so, when I was working in Government of India, I was working with Reserve Bank of India. And one problem statement that everybody used to talk about, from IT secretary to the head of planning commission and to the governor of RBI, that how we can bring a wave of digital banking in the country. The objective was very, very simple, that consumers like you and me, for accessing simplest of services, had to go down to a bank branch, stand in a long queue and avail that service. And the times have changed since then in these 15 years. I can bet that hardly there will be anyone in this room who doesn't have your bank's mobile app on your mobile device. We are all in a different world altogether. And what we see as consumer, as an easy accessible banking service, there is so much that goes behind the scene. That is where the digital transformation comes in. There is so much around AI/ML, RPA, cognitive service management. There is so many things which the world has seen, developed, implemented, brought to the market, through which the way banking happens has completely transformed. And when I look at from the perspective of a CIO, what are the key things that will be keeping a CIO awake? There are a few things that come to my mind. One is always available banking service for a consumer. When you and me access any banking service, we go to net banking, we want to make a fund transfer, we want to make a purchase using our, RuPay or other kind of cards, the service needs to be available. Two, the same consumer, whenever they face a trouble, the bank should be able to solve that problem as early as possible, so that the consumer has a delighting factor anytime they are banking with the banks. Now, with COVID, one thing that I have seen coming in on every organization is a cost pressure. We saw economy going down. We saw everybody's having budget cuts, and banks are not different from the world. So they have to maintain high levels of cost efficiency at any given point of time while being able to deliver services better and better. So there are many such areas that are always running in a CIO's mind while thinking of digital transformation and thinking of banking of the future. And I'm very happy that these are some of the areas that we are going to get discussed in the esteemed panel that we have. So with that, let's kickstart the discussion that all of us are waiting for. And I would like to ask my first question to Arif. Arif, you represent the very important organization of our country, NPCI. NPCI is the founder of RuPay, which has taken the whole market globe for a storm. The payment processing across the country happens through NPCI platform. Now, for me to go and do a POS transaction in a shopping center, the transaction may or may not happen if NPCI doesn't help me in a way. So therefore, ensuring availability of his services all the time, upkeep of his services all the time is very, very important. So what has been your journey, Arif? What challenges did you face as NPCI, and how did you counter those challenges? We'll be very happy.
Sure. Thanks for having me. Even before I jump into the answer, my role at NPCI is to ask questions and think differently, and we all like to do that. And just like this COVID, right, he introduced how happy we are that the pandemic is behind us, and we're having a conversation in physical, and we're meeting each other, greeting each other. And I think that's been the approach towards tech and resilience in most of the country, most of the bankers, right? It's event-based. Something goes down, there is a problem, and then you take it as a project and do it. And that's where the challenge starts. You can't take availability and resilience as a project. It has to be a philosophy that runs deep. Right? So let me answer a question. How many of you guys over here are bankers? Not many bankers? Okay, how many of you guys in the technology world? Excellent. Okay. So how often do you have a CEO review on technology downtimes? Right? Besides the CEO asking you questions, hey, why was the downtime and firing you? How often is he getting into like, how do we solve it on a week-on-week basis? What is our plan for the next 2 years? How many of you have those kind of conversations? I'm assuming a lot of you are senior management or higher middle management. Right? Very barely few hands. What it means is that people take resiliency as a given. They take scalability as a given. They take it as a project. Right? Some event happened, you react and respond. I think that needs to change. If you really want to make sure, look, we spoke about digital transformation, right? Customers adopting digital transactions. Why do customers adopt, and why will customers not adopt digital transactions? It's not because of technology. It's about the fact that there is something called trust. Like I find it very difficult to convince my spouse to always use UPI or RuPay. Right? She tells me that whenever I go shopping, I carry cash. And I've been at payments for the last 20 years. Right? I find it very difficult to convince her. She's saying, I don't know if it will work or no. I don't want to be embarrassed at the counter. It took me like 15 years of effort and now to get her to convince her, right? And thankfully she uses a Beam app and it works most of the time, and even all the time. And the moment if it doesn't work, the trust is gone. And this customer is not going to do a digital transaction again. You're going to lose the customer. Either he'll go back to physical or he'll shift to a competitor of yours. We don't want that. So my ask, my request, my suggestion to all you guys is, when you talk about resiliency, you talk about scalability, don't look at it from outside in, look at it from inside out. Right? Please do not look at it as a project. Do not tell your tech guys you have 1 year and you have to solve this. It's a continuous thing. It has to have more importance than any other project or value-added service or feature that you do. That's the core of it. So in my view, if you want to really solve this, it's not a question about technology, it's about the philosophy that runs within the organization. So just coming back to NPCI, right? So today in NPCI, what keeps me awake? So we process around 1.2 billion APIs, what we orchestrate every day. That translates to somewhere around 7 to 8 billion financial transactions every month. There are a few things that we adopted, right? And we wanted to, at the core of it, have a very seeding philosophy, and we call it 3D. What it means is zero danger, zero downtime, zero disruption. Right? Sorry, zero defect. And everything that we do, every decision, every strategy that we do, whether it's on the business side, on the tech side, is driven by that. What we have started doing, so for example, we went back and we looked at, traditionally all your organization would have something called a PR and DR, right? So there's a primary side, there is a DR side, it's the outcome of PC. And then what happens is, you feel it's like an insurance. If something happens to A side A, you can shift to side B. And earlier the side A to side B was like a 45 minutes window. You did some efficiency and you got it to 5 minutes or 6 minutes. Okay? And then what you used to do, you used to run some very heavy programs in what you call lean hours, right? And you did something like EOD, BOD, happens a lot in banks. I'm not sure how often it is done in other BFSI segments. What does it mean? What does it translate? The assumption over there is that point in time, the customers are not using our services or they're not likely to use. But it has changed. Today, youngsters, not only youngsters, anyone is doing transactions 24/7. I recollect my time in a bank way back in 2002, 2003. Whenever we needed a downtime, we should take it between 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. But the reality today is that between 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. there is someone using your cards, or someone is using UPI, or someone is trying to do something. Right? So this entire concept of EOD, BOD, and not being available for a particular period of time has to really go. What it means, you may have BCP, you should have PRDR, but what it means, it has to all be active. So if I have to give you a technology cue, everyone needs to look at active. That means both your sides are performing and up at the same time. And if you look at it from an ROI point of view, you spoke a bit about the money is behind it and all. Imagine you have one side which is live and up, and you have a second side that is waiting for something to happen and it kicks in. It's basically dead investment. Right? So I think these are the key things, right? The other thing that really I get a bit worried about is how people start looking at AI. Clearly, AI is a great tool and solution that we have, which can help you do so many things, right? But again, and the speaker before me spoke about customer service and so many other, and they are all important things. But in my view, the reality it has to be inside out. I mean, where is the AI being used within your technology community? In running your data center, in running your technology, keeping your servers uptime, are you really using AI? I mean, it's pointless thinking about customer service when you yourself are using AI, when you yourself are not doing that internally, right? And that's not going to give you strength. So I would really go back to people and say, look, AI is fantastic, right? I mean, you really need to understand it, you have to get in depth and use it internally. And when you start looking at it that way, it is not just a peripheral layer, right? You know, we used to do that earlier, right? You want to give some magic, you want to give some great customer experience, you create a layer on top, it does some orchestration, it's done. But it doesn't help you beyond a point. It's not sustainable. So the questions you'll have to ask, where are all my logs? Where are all my event logs? Are they in a data lake? Are they in SIEM? Wherever they are, can I crunch them? Can I figure out trends from them? Can they proactively give me prognosis? And PNC tool does a bit of that, right? So a company does that. Can I get infra inputs, maybe using IoT? Can I get application inputs on that? And then can I correlate? If you go back to your tech guys and you ask them how many tickets are raised or how many events are raised in a day, they will be running into thousands. You can't certainly attend to 1,000 tickets. So the question is to come back at how do you rank them? And I'm assuming quite a few of you are business guys because you didn't put your hand up on technology. What's your SLA with your tech guys? I remember in my earlier career, right, someone very senior used to come and say that I want it up 100% of the time. I mean, it sounds good, but the reality, it's not going to happen, right? And then I questioned, okay, good, fine, you want 100% uptime services. These are 6 sets of services that I cater to. Which of them is the order of priority? That conversation did not happen. So I think what we need to do is, obviously, we need to upgrade our technology. We need to go back, right? So a lot of banks use something called core banking. You would have heard about it, right? You have to go back and think that probably it's a 20-year-old design. And please understand, if your chassis is not updated, you can put any fancy, right? I mean, let's understand, a Lamborghini or a Ferrari can perform not because of its outer body, it's the chassis, right? And your chassis in most of these cases is your core banking. So you need to relook at that. You need to relook at, is it meant to service 24/7? Do I need to make my chassis more lighter? What I mean by that, I think there's a concept that is running in some people's mind is, how do I make my core banking more shallow? Because everything sits in that one goddamn big box. It's very critical, I agree. But for everything, you have to go over there. And if there is something wrong with that, I cannot service my customer. So what do I do? Can I introduce something as positive balance files? Can I introduce something as SAF? I think that's something that people need to look at. So going back, in NPCI, for us, technology is not only about what we do, because we work with the ecosystem. We have more than 1,500 banks connected to us. And we run something called 4-party model in the form of UPI and RuPay. And we switch transactions. So even if one bank is down or not responding to us in the millisecond, it hasn't. So our effort has been not to only upgrade ourselves to see how we can do some heavy lifting on behalf of the bank with things like throttling and those kind of things, right? So let me tell you, you would have heard about this LIC IPO. You guys have heard about this LIC IPO recently. I'm sure a lot of you kind of want to invest in that. This is one time where I've seen the entire community came together, like all the banks. There were 3 anchor banks, and the larger issuer side banks came together. And this planning has been going on for the last almost 1 year. Okay. And this is the first time I've seen that the results have been terrific in terms of technology performance. At the end of the day, you have happy investors. It's just got over. So again, at NPCI, effort is to work with the community, work with the industry, see how we can do something like a throttling, how we can lift weight out of your core banking. Some of the new solutions that we've launched, right? They don't necessarily mandate that you have to go for the transaction to core banking and dip into the value pool over there. There's something called UPI Lite, which is just recently under a POC, right? And hopefully it will be in the market in the next 4 or 5 weeks. So that's it from my side. But this is the conversation that can go on. But I think the tendency is to think tech. I think the tendency should be to think strategy. The tendency should be to live. And look, when you do these base things, ROI should come later, right? Because this is a matter of survival. And if you don't have this, your systems are not up, your customers are going to somebody else. Then you don't exist, the customers don't exist for you. Then you can keep doing whatever you want on the ROI, but it's not going to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif. I think there was some great insights. At BFC, we talk about running and reinventing, and I could not, think beyond resonating with what you said. That while you're running, if you're not reinventing, the chess example that you gave is very, very important. And all of us have remembered those days too, when there is a big billion day sale, or when there is a big IPO opening up, and either the exchange is crashing or the system is working and there's a loss of business. Where I think the transformation in the AI has started playing a very critical role.
I'll just add one more thing, right? We have a tendency to wake up late, right? The moment you, as an organization, launched a mobile banking app, which is a decade ago, or you launched something called net banking, or you launched something called SMS banking, or you launched a card, I think that is the time you should have realized that your resilience and availability is going to be the key. If you come now in 2021 and 22, start thinking about it, you're out. So I think it's a wake-up call, but
yes, absolutely. On a similar note, I'll move to now my friend Deepak, my namesake from HDFC. Deepak, you are representing the largest private sector bank in the country. The pressures on you are no less than anybody else. We talk about AI, we talk about digital transformation, but one key use case that AI helps us solve is that when there are tons and tons of problems to solve, for us as service providers, it is important to know which one to solve first, which means finding a needle in the haystack, which is bringing down the event noise down by leveraging AI and bringing in proactive service management for our customers. Now, customers could be external customers could be our own employees that we are serving, right? So what has been your experience of leveraging AI towards proactive problem management and bringing down the noise and looking at the problems that need to be solved first?
I'll have to give a bit of a background about me, so that will act as context. So I'm actually part of the marketing organization. I'm a marketing technologist. My job is to ensure customer experience is improved using technology. Right? I work very closely with the CDO or the CIO, but I report to the CMO. The world is slowly changing, right? So what I bring in is the fact that digitization and technology is pretty much hands and legs for an organization today. Hands and legs in the sense that they serve you. Right? When you want something in terms of doing a transaction, you want to buy an additional product, the hands and legs bring the product to you. Right? But it's not as simple as that. Digitization itself does not solve all of the problems. It's not a magic wand. Right? So my job is to look at the customer experience. I'm the eyes and ears. Right? A lot of the people build digital applications, and a lot of service providers here provide them. But ask yourself, how many times in your product development strategy you have put analytics as a key item on your day one launch? A lot of people don't do it. You don't know where the customer is dropping off, what is the error, how to track it, what is the revenue loss. Right? Now, to your question, you said, how do you work with your technology partners to identify which problems to solve first? Right? Now, this is a question that can be answered in several different ways. They can be, you can say, okay, let's get into a agile mode, do a daily stand-up, do more collaboration, so on and so forth. That's all fine. Okay. At the end of the day, most organizations are businesses. So they basically understand how is this hitting my bottom line or top line. So that's how I explain it to my counterparts in technology. Essentially, every transaction you're doing, we are measuring how many people are dropping off, for what reason, and how to go back to them. At the same time, every time, let's say, for example, you're trying to open an account, right? You come, you put in your Aadhaar, you then say, okay, look, it's looking like this has 6 more steps. I'm going to maybe come back later and do it, right? We go and engage them back and bring them back and complete the journey. This brings in revenue for the bank. Let's look at another scenario. Typically, the conversion rates are below 5% in this scenario. So you have a digital platform, but 95% of the time it does not work. Right? So it is up to the marketeer to ping the customer back on WhatsApp nicely a nice smiley, is a creative, and bring you back. Say, please come back. Right? Now let's look at problems. The way we track our analytics, it tells me exactly which API failed, what is the error code on a marketing dashboard. I also service my product guys, a personal loan owner, right, or a credit card business owner, knows how many cards have been sold today as of 30 minutes back. How many 100 crores have been disbursed as of 30 minutes back. It's a mobile app that I service to my counterparts there. They also know which error code has happened. What is the error code? XC_11065. Because of that error code, how many transactions failed? At the existing conversion rate, what would have been the revenue loss? They can simply multiply the business there. They can multiply. Very simple. They will say this error code cost me 5,000 cards in this month, but I would have issued. This error code cost me 300 crores this month in disbursement. It's a service I provide, right? Hence, there are some people who are coming in saying, I will take charge of the customer experience, but it is a collaborative effort of giving the information out to business guys and empowering, most importantly, the technology guys, right? So they know I need to prioritize what is causing me 100 crores loss of disbursement in a month. And they can ignore something that is causing 2 crores of loss in a month, right? It is a beautiful thing to watch. Because technology guys are overburdened, and the technology is now the engine of banking and most of the industry, right? They're overburdened with so many priorities which are on fire, but there's no justification behind it, right? So this way, there is no AML involved here yet, unfortunately, but at least information is getting disseminated. At least data is democratized within the organization. It's empowering people like downstream from me, who I appreciate. If they don't do their work, I cannot bring in business, right? So there is things like the closest I will get to AIML, because you said AIML, I have to try and articulate something. At least you have anomaly detection, right? So I can detect anomaly on a digital journey that says, okay, today your iOS version X devices are not finishing the journey by 3 standard deviations. At least that comes. And I'll say, okay, boss, maybe the library that powers the keypad in iOS has something wrong. If you've done some movement in the last night, just it's broken. This data is there. Auto fixing it, or auto treating that problem is not there. But this information is there. So that revenue loss you will probably get from an iOS device, and typically these are high value customers because the device itself is expensive. So we are able to go back and say, okay, chalo, let's look at what is powering the keypad experience on an iPhone, and can we fix it? And put it on high priority. The IT guy says, okay, now I will do this today. I will do this today because it is causing us this much revenue impact. Right? To sum it up, essentially, it's a collaborative effort. Everyone needs to get involved. People have built digitization, which are hands and legs. But there seems to be sometimes this honest thinking that I have about the industry. Eyes and ears typically are missing. If you put the eyes and ears there in the middle, it helps everyone. It helps me generate revenue. It helps my partners in the technology side prioritize and fix what is causing the biggest problem, and they're not overburdened. Right? So this is to me the power of data understanding and prioritizing.
So actually, Deepak, I thought I'll also jump in and ask some questions. Right? So normally at NPCI, bankers are our customers, right? So you don't mess with customers, you don't get a chance to ask them. But today I have a chance, thanks to this organizers. So I'll tell you, right? And I understand what it means to work in an organization like it. I hope I understand. It's a big organization, done very well, etc. But in your conversation, I could see some KPIs coming out, like revenue, return of investment, which is great, right? And upsell and cross-sell. And this is my experience with banks, right? And I'll share with you guys. Just like a lot of you here, I have kids. So I went and wife forced me, said, boss, bache log ke liye saving karna hai. So I said, okay, kids. Salaried people, that's what we do. So you put some money, and what do? You don't take money out of it, right? You yet, as parents in India, you yet control the account, right? Typically when the kids are 10, 12, 14, you control it. The card is also in the locker. Thankfully, the bank has given a so-called kids card. So what do? You only deposit. What happens is after 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months, some frequency, it becomes something called inactive. And of course, the bank reaches out and sends you a mail, your personal ID, right? And you know what happens on your mailbox. I to norm if you go through. I don't go through my personal mailbox every day, and there's no way to filter it out. Okay? So that account goes inactive. Well, all the time I use a whole lot of mobile banking, I use the net banking. It never prompts over there. Dude, this account is going inactive, do something about it. It lets my account go by. The way but yeah, they keep telling me upgrade to a new card, upgrade to this thing. There is, take a car loan, buy a BMW. They don't know my salary. It looks like they are telling me to buy a BMW. Okay? So those kind of things. But my kid's account then goes into an inactive status. So what do? So there's no way on the so-called online channel you can activate it. Have you tried it? You go try it. And this is not a particular bank. I'm not trying to take a dig at you. It's in general. You know, I went on that thing to try out. You can't activate it. Okay? You can't go to the ATM and activate it. You can't do it on mobile banking. IVR, it's not happening for me at least. Okay? So what do? You have to go in a branch. Okay. Branch jaoge to aap gaadi mein jaoge to parking nahi milegi. So all those issues, that's not the bank's problem. That is the customer's problem. Right? You decided to bank. Okay. You go there, you have to fill 2-3 forms, and you have to do a transaction on the counter, deposit or withdraw. You have actually they look for a debit transaction. Right? Obviously, that's a process. It's got to do with governance, compliance, and it's fair. I'm not saying they're there to protect us. But my simple question is, when we talk so much about data, a simple prompt when I'm on one of your channels, one of your assets, this is going to be an inactive status. Why can't you just make it active? Why don't you do this prompt? It never happens. It never happens. I think one new fantastic thing I discovered. You go to any bank, right? They have a smart chatbot. Everyone talks about chatbot. You love chatbots, right? Interface. It pops up on the right hand side or on the right hand side top corner or top right or down corner, whichever. Someone has decided in one corner of the world. This is where I always look. And it's right. There's science behind it, I agree. Okay, it's a UX science behind it. It pops up and I don't want to chat. I'm doing something else. But that pop-up stays there. It doesn't go. I'm telling him go. No, it is not going. It forces me to click. And then it goes. That's what I'm saying, auto sensing. Why can't you just, you're there, you're standing in the queue. I don't want to talk to you. Go, my friend. Why are you in my face? So my request is, yes, it's great to upsell, it's great to revenue, it's great to do all that thing, and I'm sure you're doing, right? And that's the reason I bank with you guys. But ये छोटा मोटा चीज जो है ना, from a customer point of view, is really important. And child account ना, my wife is personally investing into it. I screw up my account, she doesn't care. Child account ना, oh God, then खाना नहीं मिलेगा, घर पे दाल रोटी के लिए आप ही घर पे आना पड़ेगा, branch में जाना. Okay, thank you.
Arif, I can just tell you one thing, that there is no better place than to give feedback to a bank than on this stage.
And thank you for the feedback. I think you are only adding fuel to what my passion is, which is customer experience, right? A lot of legacy technologies, banks are now trying to reform themselves. Right? We are one of them, of course. So the reform is that you put the power in the hands of people outside of technology who thinks technology first. That's what happens. Chatbot, right? I want a chatbot. Why do you want it? I saw it in the conference. Okay, great. What is the customer imperative that you're trying to solve? What is the need that you're trying to solve? Is it designed to satisfy the need properly? This is the thing that the industry needs to think about, right? There is a tech conference at the end of the day, right? So we sometimes lead with tech first. This is the honest assessment that I have. But we should lead with the customer, right? Customer like him. Right? If there is enough investment in data to figure out that he's struggling, right? Which is a customer experience paradigm at the end of the day. It's not a tech-led thinking. Right? A customer is struggling, how can you help him? And how can I say I don't need a technology which is causing harm rather than good, right? So this is a journey that I think most banks are taking today. They have realized they're empowering people like me, right? And saying, boss, okay, you can figure out what technology you want to use because you know that the customer has a pain point, right? And the more that I get empowered, the more I can make him happier, right? And I hope most banks have people like me who are empowered to go out there, speak, learn. I'm here because I can actually come and make a decision here. That's the reason. Most times the decision is made by some technology guys at somewhere he's never met a customer before in their life, right? It's slowly changing. Hopefully, the more this happens, the more problems in the banking industry will ease out and the customer imperative will win out. That's my hope.
And thank you, Deepak. I can just tell you that this is not the first time I'm meeting you. And I had the privilege of Deepak showing me live how he's using AI on the analytics side to take decision making, which he explained earlier during his answer. So giving credit back to AI, there are many problems that can be solved. And there is so much more that can be done in terms of our wish list, which are possible, which is happening through various initiatives. So I think we'll see a lot more as we progress. I'll now move to my friend sitting next to me, Avinash. Avinash, you are representing a new age company, Rapido. Started 5 years back, had an amazing journey servicing your customers across different verticals in their cloud migration journey.
That's right.
So what has been your experience, Avinash? Especially today, I saw when I came to this event that there are so many new companies around, and India has gone through a huge startup culture, right? So we have seen emergence of a new era altogether in India. There was a time when we wanted to work only for, American or European MNCs. And today there's a huge amount of job which has been created, huge amount of technology innovation which has been brought from our country. What has been your experience, Avinash, particularly in a BFSI space, when you interacted with banks and Reserve Bank of India? How appreciative have they been towards adopting technologies being brought in by companies such as Rapido?
धन्यवाद दीपक इस प्रश्न के लिए। मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि राजभाषा में बोलूं, जस्ट टू कट द क्लटर। आरबीआई और हर बैंक में हम देखते हैं कि हिंदी में बोलने के प्रयत्न करें। तो इस प्रश्न के 3 पहलू हैं। I will just maybe cite my experiences. Rapido is of course a cloud consulting company, but my experiences also go back to working in a startup. So if you go to IIT Madras, there is a whole campus of startups, all mentored or shepherded by IIT Madras. So we were one of them in voice biometrics. So the challenges when we want to work with banks as a, let's say, somebody who has prepared an intellectual property or IP in India, it comes in 3 shapes. One is, has RBI approved it? Because bankers usually has the last adoption cycle. I mean, what is usually picked up at a very fast pace by a consumer company or manufacturing, banking is heavily regulated. So they're the last ones in the adoption cycle. So has RBI approved it? Second, do you have any bank references in India? So if I say I am a startup, so I'm starting new, I have this product, I can showcase this in a sandbox or a POC. That may not be good enough, they want references. And third, maybe a entry barrier is that can you bid through RFP? An RFP which says you should have 500 crore turnover as a startup. So we then start fabricating or collaborating with other system integrators. But yeah, it's a mixed journey, I would say, Deepak, very interesting. HDFC Bank also had given us an ample opportunity that time to demonstrate voice biometrics. But the experience has been, I think, more positive for some reason with public sector banks in terms of a defined approach. Like SBI has in Vashi, New Bombay, something called as GITC, Global Information Technology Center. They have mandated that some projects can be given to the startup. So very interesting case study. So we found a use case where the foreign exchange or forex traders within SBI, they pick up the phone and answer, and there are thousands of calls in a very small time span. It all operates on trust. You don't know and you don't ask who's calling. The other side may just ask you what is the rate, the LIBOR rate or the forex rate, whatever rate. So the call ends in about 6 seconds, 4 to 6 seconds. It is just give a price, take a price. But there is no authentication there. So we said we can authenticate for the bankers that basis of voice, just the voice, not the language, the content, we can ascertain who's calling and help you sail through this. But of course, the challenge there was that the call itself is 6 seconds. So we have to do the authentication in less than 2 or 3 seconds, which was a tough task for us 3 years ago. But today, I believe the technology is available. So SBI has a very good methodology there to work with startups, especially in the banking segment. I think YONO was a collaborative effort, I think, with startups. YONO, I think you would have heard about it. You only need one. That is the full form of YONO banking app. Second experience, very positive, has been with RBI's training institution. I work still with IDRBT, Institute of Development and Research in Banking Technology, which is a 26-year-old RBI institution in Hyderabad. They have a fintech forum, they have a CISO forum. They're very welcoming towards startups, especially IP made in India, product companies and service companies as well. So if any startup in India today wants to really make an impact within the banking segment, I think a lot of payment firms do work with NPCI, but IDRBT across all like AR, VR, chatbots, voice bots, voice authentication, facial biometrics, behavioral biometrics. Behavioral biometrics is, can I predict, is it you who's using this basis of your keystrokes or how you hold the mouse, what is the pressure you're impacting on the mouse on your laptop, things like that. So IDRBT has done a great job. They have a 5G test lab there in Hyderabad, where many Indian startups have found use cases, and also a sponsor bank like Telangana Gramin Bank or SBI or Bank of Baroda would bring in their money, their business challenge, work with this Indian startup, and the entire exercise is monitored and helped through by IDRBT. So I think this is a good mixed experience. So startups may find a bit of challenge in product and services, but I think the scope is vast. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Avinash. I'll again go back to Arif. Arif, NPCI is a not-for-profit organization, right? And even the ones which are, many of us, which are commercial, which have to work for profits, for our sustainability and growth, there is a huge cost pressure which has come up, which was always there, but it has intensified over the last couple of years, the COVID and all that we saw. Eventually, when the budgets are cut, the IT also bears the burden, that bring down the cost of IT operations, find more ways to deliver the same or the better service with lesser resources, with better utilization of technology, so on and so forth. Even in BMC, at one point of time, we used to have 36 data centers, and we brought it down to 4 by bringing in effective, cost optimization measures and capacity management technologies. What has been your experience, Arif? Has the cost pressure been seen by you? And from an IT perspective, what interventions have you been able to take to contain the cost and deliver more using the resources at your hand?
So I think the cost pressure is faced through the industry, right? With or without the economic situation, obviously, because organizations inherently need to function with cost aspects, right? As to how does your balance sheet look. Just to clarify to everybody, we are a not-for-profit organization. That means our original people, stakeholders, banks who invested in us, we don't give them a dividend back. But that doesn't mean we don't like to make money. We like to make reasonable money so we can keep investing back in the infra for the country, what we want to do. So having said that, our cost pressures come from a slightly different, right? And thankfully, to add to all this, my boss, who's the MD CEO of NPCI, is a techie, right? So my life is a reasonably simplified comparative. So that's one. The second thing is, see, you need to go back and look at digital transformation and adoption in the country, right? See, whether we like it or no, you can't expect Indian customers, including myself or my family, to pay for it. We are not used to it. We want freebies, and that's not going to change. Okay. The moment there is a cost to it, there is a friction, and people will move away. I'm sure that's been the experience in the bank, and that's a big challenge. Now, there are two ways to look at it. So our effort has been that, look, what can we do if we really want to make India digital is to reduce the unit cost. Because at the end of the day, somewhere in the ecosystem, a stakeholder is putting cost. And thankfully, a lot of people don't understand this number. And I've been with some global companies, like, multinational networks, so on and so forth. The unit price of a transaction in India for a payment, okay, whether it's UPI or RuPay or an ATM, is the lowest. There is no such. So the cost that goes, and someone has to bear the cost. We'll come to who bears the cost, maybe in a different conversation. So one, I think that's a fantastic job this ecosystem has done. Okay. So our effort is to make sure that we maximize that, right? More the transactions, reduce the cost. Another very important thing for us, and it is not only driven by cost, it is driven by multiple factors, because obviously sovereignty of the country. So we believe in creating IPs. As a country, as an organization, we have to create IP for our country, right? And IP is the way to win these battles going ahead. And you know some of these other countries are leading in the IP battle. So we believe we need to add IP. So while doing that, and when you look at the IP context and reducing cost, one of the things we started doing is we do a lot of stuff in-house. It's not that we don't partner. We partner with a lot of tech companies, but we typically work on open source. So today, when you talk about India and what we are processing on UPI is 100% open source. So there is no licensing fee we are paying to support. And sometimes these, like whether it's database and so on and so forth, right? And when you go back and you look at your cost sheet, with the CFO and the CIO sit together, a lot of this cost is licensing cost. So we've kind of practiced, I would not say 100%, but across our footprint, we've eliminated to a good 85-90%. And as we speak, there is work going to, make sure that by the next year we're 100% clear. So that's one thing that will really help us, manage our costs and give it back to the ecosystem. The other is, what are the new value adds that you can build on your existing rails, right? Because that's going to attract more people, and the economics work for you that way, right? For example, and I keep going back to UPI because it's pretty popular being UPI, right? So for example, earlier it was P2P, then P2M. So you could not only transfer money to your friends, but now you can pay to merchants. You can pay on QR code. So that QR code in itself reduces the cost. Earlier you were putting POS machine, which is $150, and now you have a QR code which costs you 20 paisa to print out and put it over there, and you can do the function, right? So we did it on the e-commerce side, we did it on the physical side. And obviously this is along with the industry, not as alone. Now the other things that we are trying to do is build value-add cases, right? For example, recurring payments, standing instructions, right? Subscriptions, right? Whether it's a Hotstar, Disney, channels. What it does is you do one core transaction, and like your house rent, right? I mean, if you are on rental, you're going to pay for the next 12 months. So how do you treat that transaction? How do you make friction less over there and add more business value-added cases? What it means is there is more adoption on the same rail, and if there is more adoption on the same rails, the economics will work for you. So that's largely been our effort. This combined by always investing in building in-house talents. Right? There is no, there is no shortcut to that. You will have to do that. You mentioned about cloud, right? So interestingly, I was with some very, very senior delegates and one or two different interactions. And obviously, I'm all for cloud, right? We do a lot of open cloud within BCI private cloud. I asked the question to 2-3 different people in a different way. The CFO was looking at cloud because he believes ROI, cost come ho jayega. Okay. I asked the tech guys, my community, and their answer is, "Yaar, bahut headache hai. Nahi apne paas, we don't have the talent pool. It's better to give it to the cloud. Someone will take care of the headache." Okay. I asked the business guy. Business guy saying, "I'm frustrated with my tech guys. They never deliver in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. It's better if I do something on the cloud and I'll get a vendor. It will be faster turnaround time." And all these 3 reasons are valid. I don't say no. But as an organization, what is that core one reason that you're trying to go to the cloud? Doesn't seem to be clear. So then your unit economics is not going to work out. You will end up with getting ROI by saving on some servers, but you will not deliver what the customer wants, right? So I think when we talk about pricing, we need to look at it from a 360 point of view, right? And India is a growing country, right? I mean, look at it. Look at our digital penetration. We are blessed with the population, but I think we have a long way to go. So I would encourage everyone to have a long view, right? You can't build a country with 2 years, 3 years, 4 years plans. You have to bare minimum look at 10, 15 years. It's like how US invested in those interstate highways. Right? Who asked in 1920s to build a 5-lane highway? They built, and today they benefited from it. So I think we also cannot be so cost conscious that we don't build for the future. We have to build for our kids. My kids whose account they had disconnected, they are the ones who are going to use these digital channels. So we will have to continue to invest, but yeah, we will rationalize.
Thank you, Arif. And some very good example that I could pick from what you described is that bringing down cost is on one side about technology, the other side is about intelligence. The barcode example that you gave, I mean, replacing a POC terminal altogether with a printout and letting anybody and everybody accept a payment using UPI and other channels is a great innovation that has come with basic intelligence that we could put to the fore. So thank you, Arif. We'll move on to Deepak. Deepak, you earlier talked about analytics and how you have been leveraging analytics to take decisions. I would want to ask you a different flavor of the same, that how are you also servicing your customers using analytics? It could be external customers, it could be your internal teams who have to take decisions based on the analytics that you are processing. So if you can throw some light onto that, service management from the perspective of analytics that you consume.
So I own the entire digital data collection for HDFC. This humongous amount of data, right? It will boggle your mind. The number of attributes, number one, and the stream, just the volume of it per minute, per second, so on and so forth. It is excruciatingly difficult to make sense of it, right? But we are making an attempt. So to give you an example, right? There was never a way to figure out that a customer is struggling to take a transaction ahead, right? You could never invest in a heat map tool which told you where is the customer getting stuck. Because there were data privacy concerns, security concerns, which the regulator makes it very, very difficult to sense where the customer is struggling, right? Over the top of an application. But that's okay. If you are struggling, that means you are abandoning, right? You're going away from HDFC Bank. At least start there. That's what you start doing, right? If a customer, and if they are going away, simple things like you send a SMS saying, can you please rate your experience on a scale of 1 to 10? This is a classic way of collecting feedback. Of course, feedback is not always good, but that's a good thing. So you know where to work on, right? What I like to use analytics for is to empower hundreds and hundreds of priorities to be whittled down to at least 10, right? The biggest problem internally in organizations are people pass the buck. This is not my one, this is your problem. This is your problem, this is your problem. So what typically ends up happening is, at the end of the day, the guy, the engine of organizations today, the tech guys, tend to have a laundry list rather than a priority list. We spoke about this, right? So what I specifically love doing is taking the humongous amount of data, making sense of it. Number one, go back to the customer and apologize. So something went wrong. Okay. Number two, in parallel, give it to the IT guy, saying, okay, boss, can you fix this? What is the reason? Is this is high priority? Is because the volume has gone up by 3x as opposed to last month. Or month to date, this value was never this high. But this month to date, these are all business ways of looking at it. Because I'm a business guy at the end of the day, right? But I'm able to put a month to date sort of a value and give it to the IT guy. Say, "Is mahine mein kuch to gadbad hai." The number of errors are ahead than last month, right? So there is this interesting thing when different types of people get together and collaborate, right? My digital sales way of looking at data is actually giving my IT folks a way of looking at data in a reverse way. Okay, we are ahead on errors rather than ahead on sales. When typically you're ahead on errors on a month-to-date basis, you're behind on sales on a month-to-date basis. So our jobs and our roles are tied at the hip, right? What this brings on, right? What this actually helps in the organization, which I'm very proud of, is collaboration across teams. Right? A lot of the times, the data is hidden in your logs, your Apache server logs, right? You use a lot of log analysis tools in the market, but the access is only with the IT folks. What is the point? Who's going to act upon it? Because the IT folks will not be empowered. They don't know what to do with it, right? So the log analysis tool actually is managed by me, and I have signed a bill, right? Because I know that I can make sense of it. Of course, the IT folks are the users, but I have found a business justification for it. Because I am simply calculating what customer comes, out of those customers who have come in, how many of them have got the service end-to-end or have given us more business end-to-end, right? This ratio keeps fluctuating. If more customers comes in, the failures obviously go up. See, seasonality is there. If demand is high during Diwali for certain products, the failures also go up, right? So this ability to look at data, underwrite, sorry, I'm using a banking term, or bankroll software for our technology folks. Because I have a business KPI, and I can ask them to look at it a different way, and empower them also with the funds that they need to go ahead and do it, right? Is what I find very, very important. Right? So while I lead the analytics part, it is very easy for a marketer to say, I will use analytics only to check what my ROI is on paid media. It's very easy to do that, and a lot of people do that as well. But I have realized there's so much data. Thankfully, we're in an age that everything is digital, and I'm anyway sitting there. I can harness this data. I have to have the foresight to say I can pass it along to other people who probably never ever even wanted to pay for this tool. But since they're in the organization, how can I democratize access to data and tools? Just because I signed the bill does not mean it's only for me, and I will use it in a very limited way, right? So that's one thing. I mean, it's not about technology; it's more about collaboration that I feel is helping us along.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Conscious of time, I'll quickly ask my last question to the panel, and that goes to you, Avinash. You represent industry much like me. What are the key areas you think banking ecosystem should immediately act upon that will eventually help the industry, help the banks to become the bank of the future, which all of us want to reach?
Sure. So I think, see, Rapider, we work with Amazon Web Services and Azure. Cloud is, first answer is that we want banks to use more scalability, and what we say on cloud is don't guess the capacity. If you want to do a POC physically using let's say a virtual server farm or whatever, it takes months. But here you can go active in a few days. So second is we have been kind of focusing more on housing loan segment, housing finance companies and home loan mortgage divisions of banks that we have seen as a very responsive segment in banking sector for cloud computing. So in that, I would say there are 2-3 areas where, of course, one is to bring all these applications on cloud, containerize it, modernize the applications, modernize the databases. But there are 2-3 very interesting case studies. So one is, can we reduce the non-performing assets in home loans or in any loans which is sanctioned? So there is this concept, maker, checker, and approver. Right? I mean, how do you tie all this? It is seen in many banks that I log in using my username, password. I am the maker, I am the approver. Okay? I mean, I don't know which banks. I'll not specifically say this, but can be used. So we have suggested a technology where biometrics can be a way to ascertain that a person who proposed the loan is not the one who approved it, not the one who finally released the loan. So that is one way to contain the non-performing assets. Second use case, which is in an active POC now with a bank headquartered in Bombay, is that there is again a field requirement that a banker or an agent of the bank has to visit the place of or the asset. If I am giving a home loan, I have to visit that home or that flat or apartment. But 30-40% of the time it is let go. I mean, you are not sure whether the banker or the bank appointed agent has physically ascertained whether this is the apartment being given or the factory asset being given the loan against collateral. So the way to do it is that you can do a geo-tagging on a mobile app, again through the cloud, but you can use tools like voice biometrics or facial biometrics along with geo-tagging to ensure that the bank person was at a specific place, specific time of the day, and he has filed this photo or whatever he has sent it, thereby guaranteeing that the bank will not have beyond 1 or 2% of non-performing assets. So these are in active POCs which we are running from Rapider. I think these are the areas. And one last area could be that I had asked Deepak how soon can we open a minor banking account. It takes days. So inclusion of children in the savings habit, and also one gray area is the pension reforms. All banks and everybody pays different types of social security pensions and state pensions. Do you know that every state government pays anywhere from 5 to 50 crores every month in incorrect pension payments? People who have passed away, people who are not available, people who are fake bank accounts. Pensions is being paid into that account. And this is a state subject actually, state and federal subject. Very sticky, very problematic, but this should be solved. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Avinash. And I can just say that I have been part of many, panel discussions, but after a long time, I've been part of one panel with some amazing ideas, concepts, things which have already been done and things which can still be done. When we talk about the bank of the future, one thing which is clearly emerging is that intelligence, be artificial or otherwise, is playing a great role, and there are consistently interventions being made to run and reinvent the way we are doing banking. So thank you, Arif. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Vinash, for a wonderful discussion. And thank you all of you for being physically present after a long time, which was an absolutely amazing experience. Thank you, Elets.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers for sharing your valuable insights with all of us. Now, I would once again request Dr. Ravi Gupta, our founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, to please come up on stage and present a memento as a token of appreciation to all of our speakers. First, to our moderator, Mr. Deepak Singla, Sales Director, India, BMC Software. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Next, a big thank you to Ms. Sir, if you could please wait behind, remain behind. Next, Mr. Arif Khan, Chief Digital Officer, NPCI. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Thank you, sir. A big thank you goes out to Mr. Deepak Oram, Head Marketing Technology and Automation, HDFC Bank. And finally, to Mr. Avinash Kulkarni, VP Enterprise Sales, Rapider Cloud Solutions. Now, can we have a group photo, please? That is precisely why we didn't want you to go, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our very esteemed panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right. Now, here's the thing, my dear guests. I see the energy again going a little down behind. So I want to ask you just one question, right? And that question is, how's the Josh? That was high? Really? One more time. I said, how's the Josh? Very high. Give me a loud resounding high with a thumbs up. Everyone behind also. How's the Josh? Thank you so much. And now it is time to move on to our next technology presentation. The topic for this session is building a platform for tech transformation in BFSI, an insight story. This session is brought to you by Idify. Idify helps businesses engage with genuine people. They provide verification solutions that accurately identify entities to prevent fraud and reduce risk. Their solutions increase trust and safety while adding the least possible friction. And our speaker for this session is Mr. Ashish Sani, Chief Technology Officer, Idify. He has more than 25 years of experience building and deploying IT systems at banks and financial services companies across the world. Having led the CTO India function at Barclays Bank previously, Ashish is now building Idify's tech backbone on core principles of security, scalability, and solutions for real-life problems. So once again, let's have a Josh really high and welcome him on stage, please. Come on, everybody.
Hello, folks. Good afternoon. I hope you have been having a great time listening to these experiences. Okay. So, in the next 15 odd minutes, I'm going to share with you, our journey and our experiences in building platforms that are basically enabling digital transformation. Yeah. So, I'll try to see how you gain from what we have been doing in building these platforms. So just to get a perspective, what this platform does before we get into the sort of the inside story of this, is that we are into this business and digital transformation where our customers are onboarding their customers, whether it is the consumer or the merchant, right? And in that, you need to do a lot of, in this digital process, you need to, while doing the onboarding, you need to bring about how you're going to sort of look at, know your customer, know your business. And the fundamental then goes on is, what is required in order to build such a platform that is going to be able to achieve this, right? So you would have heard these numbers or seen these numbers of the digital transformation that is happening, whether it's in the account opening or the number of transactions that are happening, or the number of folks that are going to join the formal economy. The question here is not just to look at these numbers, but what is the demand that this is going to have on the kind of products that you're building, and that is going to be seen. So if you take this nutshell that is increasing by 65% or so on, the challenge is going to be to devise such a platform that is going to be able to achieve this. Now, some of the things that we have been involved in using our platform in, and see, these are some of the customers who are doing that, is, and some of you might be here as well, is whether it is the number of credit card issuance that is happening, or the way the loan is being dispersed, or the way we are lending, both on the consumer side and the merchant side, is that while you're doing this onboarding process, how do you get to know your customer, both from a regulatory need perspective, and more importantly, that you need in order to take those decisions in order to whether open the account or issue a card or give a loan, right? So what we're going to see now is, how do you go and devise such a platform, and what aspects do you need to consider when going through this process? So let's understand now, you're trying to devise and build a platform. Like people were talking about, do you think about these things upfront, or do you go around and build it? So one of the critical factors that we have considered while building a platform is, what are the capabilities that you want to have in the product, right? What then, if you think about those capabilities that want to build a platform. Now, let's take an example. In our case, we're trying to build a platform which is going to provide you digital fraud APIs. What does that mean? It's going to allow you to do face likeness. It's going to try to do your face checks, right? Face match. It's going to try and do and check whether this identification that you're provided is valid or not. But you've got to do it with authentication. We are providing self-video or assisted video journeys. So you have a complete workflow involved in it. So the way to look at the platform is not go from a centric perspective of technology, but first look at the amount of capabilities that you got to bring. And remember, these capabilities are evolving. We started with an API background checks and then brought about video services. Now these video services is how do you connect customer and the agent to go through the whole verification process. So the idea is, keep the central view when you're trying to build the platform is the capabilities that you need. Now once you have understood that the capabilities you want to devise, you've got to think what services that make up the capabilities, so that these services that you want to construct are then sort of bracketed under these capabilities, because as you go and evolve and change your platform, you know where the change gets impacted, or where the scalability is required, or where the resiliency is required, or what performance parameters you need to look, where does the accuracy you need to focus on. So by having this focus view for everybody in the organization, gives everybody an umbrella view of, oh, here is a platform that is made up of these capabilities, and these capabilities are made up of these services. This is your starting key point. You don't establish that, that becomes a key problem of how to connect all these dots, because in the end, the entire journey needs to run end to end. Now, having devised and figured out the services, you can't now say that my platform is going to use only this technology or that technology. Each capability needs to be figured out what is the best for it to devise and build it. So when we say languages and frameworks, you got to think in that, what is the best approach to it. So for instance, when we were building the background verification product of ours on this platform, we thought about a technology that was probably just using the name here, Ruby on Rails, for that to build it out. But when we went to the digital fraud APIs, we did not think about it in that way and said, oh, we're going to use this, we're going to use it here. No, the fundamental was we were building an API platform that needed to be fault tolerant, highly concurrent in nature from what it is. We started by doing 100,000 transactions a day, and now today we are doing more than 500,000 transactions a day. So the kind of language, we changed the language paradigm itself. We used a concept called functional language paradigm, which essentially was a different approach to looking at it. It's not widely used, but it is highly fault tolerant in nature. So the point here is that once you have the capability and framework, you can't say I'm going to devise and build it in the same way that I've built some other capability. Just because, oh, I do not necessarily have that kind of a skill. You should be ready to build the skill from the industry. So one of the things we hire people when we bring in folks is not based on the language and tools that they are, but the capability to learn new languages and frameworks in order to build those capabilities. So that's a central second piece that is there. The third piece that you've got to figure out as its core is that it's highly got to be API oriented. Our platform is not going to live alone. We got to live in the digital transformation ecosystem. What does that mean in that context? So you got to start thinking about how this is going to play in that ecosystem. So hence, every service that we design has a certain fundamental construct that needs to be there. Not only how you're going to design and the contract that you're going to put in place, but the aspect of various things, how you're going to deploy it, how you're going to operate on it, right? And that API, both internal APIs and not external facing. So don't think about only external APIs as how they're going to be giving the customer. That's of course critical in setting up the ecosystem. But how each capability is going to work internally, which is made up of services among themselves. There are services that need to connect. There are long-running service processes, there are real-time running processes and services. And you need to think about them from that perspective. And having that fundamental thought process and keeping these three critical factors, if you do. So I would say that if you go back and look at your products or the platforms or that is built, you got to ask, have I clearly defined the capabilities and the services? Have I looked at what is the best approach to build those capabilities and services? And have I made those services and capability interact both externally and internally using this concept? If you do that, your starting point is very high in terms of how you're going to engage and bring all the stakeholders in your organizations in terms of understanding the products and how those platforms have been architected, designed, built, deployed, and operated in the system. So that's what been our key learning in this space. Now, a lot of people talk about resiliency, but what does it really mean? Now, when does the resiliency start? The resiliency start. Sorry. When does the resiliency really start, right? It starts at the core of the architecture of those capabilities and services. Well, how are you going to look at my services availability? How are you going to look at how these services will scale when the demand gets up? So essentially, when you think of that, you got to look at upfront, what are my resiliency parameters, right? How will it recover? How would you provide the high availability? That's why when I said we create a service design, we don't call it a high-level design, low-level design or anything. We have come with this construct called service-level design, which articulates this particular dimension of resiliency in terms of what does it mean to be highly available. Remember, if our API services or the journeys that we are providing in platform go down from the use cases I was trying to do it, businesses get stuck in terms of onboarding their customers. If you don't onboard your customers, then how will we having that? So whether it's not only in BFSI sector, we are actually working in different logistics and gaming and other sectors as well. And this is critical aspect. The resiliency here from the consumer point is they are being equipped to see the digital project. They expect it to be on every time wherever there is, right? And the whole idea is that, okay, things can fail, fine, but if it fails, how does it degrade gracefully, right? What are the most important things that must be still on in order to do that? So that's why which is there. So for instance, in ourselves, one of the things we have is how we meter our APIs and plans. But if our plans is down, we don't make our customers say, oh, our plans is down, internal services, so we're going to not provide you that service. No, we will continue to provide that service. We don't take care of that part of it and make sure that has happened. The other is, given the nature of a business, I told you, we are doing document proofing, data proofing, digital proofing in the whole initiative that goes around to know your customer. Now, PII has to be looked at very intrinsically. So what we have done, remember the service context that I told you? Now the service context basically accepts, if you look a digital artifact from our customer, like it could be the PAN card or any other driving license and all of that, which you're not only validating and all that. What we want to do is make sure at that level, we are securing that end to end, not only at each customer level, but for each transaction, and within each transaction, for every digital artifact that is getting sent across that. By ensuring that, we ensure that the security is managed at the lowest level and not just assume because our data center provides the security at the rest in the disk, it is secure. Because you got to be aware of all of these dimensions. And this is what has helped us ensure that our platform meets all the compliance needs and security compliance, because what we have created is a SaaS-based platform on the cloud, which our customers are using. And taking this aspect as a core to our design of the platform has really helped us achieve those goals. And which is why our customers are trusting us in order to do those kind of business processes that we started off with. Now, the other aspect that you need to be aware of is agility. Now, businesses processes will change, right? So when we have devised our workflow, if you take our business process today, we are able to do video KYC. These regulations can change, the business process can change. How fast can we launch a client? How fast can I scale my platform to the demands of that? All of these other dimensions is what we have considered in our experience when building a platform, that how fast can you go live with new products? By the way, we have already 3 product lines that this platform serves. So remember, we were a startup that started 10 years and we have already created 3 product lines. We have a 4th in the line and potentially by the end of the year, another 5. The question is the agility is going to be important. How fast can our customers integrate with our platform, right? This is a core to it. You got to think from those perspectives. We are always challenging it. We say we need only one API to integrate with us and one redirect to start this whole onboarding process. But even in that, there could be issues. So this aspect of understanding agility and defining the agility at your capability and service level is important. What typically happens is you think about these things, oh, I have created an API, I have created the agility, here's the contract, go ahead. But are your customers finding it easy to interact with them and bring them? Now, this is a big one. This is very close to my heart, which is data harvesting. You saw a lot of folks talk about data is the new oil, data is there. But where does it really ask me, if I ask you this question, people talk about all analytics and AI and everything, but the core of that starts from this concept called instrumentation. If you don't instrument your services and you don't put in the instrumentation, all this becomes data. Oh, we need this analytics. Do we have the data for this? So this is where my point. So here in ID5, we have a concept called instrumentation-based development. No service gets deployed unless you're not defined as instrumentation. Yeah, test-based development, all of those are good. But what we have done is created a concept called instrumentation. Like I say, no flight takes off from Santa Cruz without your black box. At ID5, we don't deploy any services if it doesn't have the appropriate instrumentation. Not just technical instrumentation. I'm talking about business instrumentation that will need to power that. Then what we have done is we have created a data fabric layer for real-time analysis. And I'll show you the example of that, to harvest this data in order to do three fundamental things. How to improve our own products, how to aid in investigation if there is an issue, and third, give insights to our clients. And the example of that, which you will see later, is that we're taking this harvesting in real time and providing that. So how we monetize is a secondary factor. First, we look at what is it needed that will help our customers on board and sell that. Just imagine if you can think about in this video services, which is assisted video, VSIP process of opening bank accounts, the number of instrumentation parameters that will be connected. People can come from different devices, browsers, networks, agents could be there, the different documents being captured. Where in the funnel is the process? Is when the user was coming onto the platform while doing the video journey or post that. And that whole process helps to find one business metric which everybody is looking at, conversion of the user in order to have completed that business process. And that is why we focus so much upon creating this, harvesting this instrumentation data in order to bring about that is there. Then the elasticity. Clearly, elasticity is needed because your demand can go up and down and you want to ensure that your services can scale. Go back to this design service principle. If I want to make elastic, what do I need to make elastic? The entire platform? That one capability, or more than one capability, or that one service, or the set of services. So you must understand in that whole journey, you must define elasticity. What people say, auto scale. Yeah, auto scale what? Right? So we have product engines like we have models which scale. If I scale that model, do I need to scale some other aspects as well? Right? So this is a key aspect when you consider the elasticity. So these have been our critical factors in arriving at how to go about the platform that is required in order to provide the kind of services that are going to be part of the digital transformation that is helping us to meet our client needs, which is there around these facets. So a couple of this, I will not go in detail, but this is how we have broken our platform in terms of its capabilities, and within these capabilities, we have gone and devised the services. Now these capabilities, for instance, if you take, I'll just take a couple of examples to illustrate the point. If you look at the capability of the central gateway, which is the interface to the entry of that, this is holding how many requests are coming, right? Which clients are coming through this? Have we set the rate limiting services as defined by the SLA and SLIs that are required in order to meet that? Is it meeting the authentication needs? Does it meet the mutual authentication and encryption that is there? By looking at this, we're able to focus on this aspect and dimension of this capability which everybody in the company understands. Oh yes, we are talking about central gateway. This is what it made up of services. This is what impact. Taking another example, our media services. The media services is not just about it provides today a complete end-to-end business processes of what documents you're going to capture. So when a request comes in, how does it get captured? What artifacts you come? What passes and fails? So the supply of work, how it gets allocated to agents, how the agents interact, how does the business process complete? And similarly, the data fabric or the data harvesting engine is there. By doing this and devising your platform as a set of capabilities and services, what it has helped you is figure out and define that model from that perspective. And a couple of close-ups that I wanted to show, just a visual aspect of it, that given what I've been talking to you about, we provide two big facets from our platform that we can look at the services from. One to our customers, which is the live monitoring dashboard, which we call. Here, our customer, this is an example from our assisted video journey, where today you're able to open accounts using the VSIP process that has been there in the banking and industry, where today that has been really revolutionary in my whole process, and I hope it goes to the other businesses' processes as well. And by giving this, a floor manager or whoever is product manager can control and see how my calls are coming, how many are getting verified, and so on and so forth, so that you have the business metrics in real time that is there. So while they interact, this is available to them and they can manage all of that perspective. The second one I talked to you about for the same business process, we have created a live support desk. So think about that, live support monitoring, live monitoring dashboard for our business, live support desk for our team in the platform who's managing it, who's able to look at that data. If there is any anomaly in the system, if there is a problem that our customers are having in the issue, right, with any release that you sent out, going into that right-hand side is just showing you that if a one call gave, I can go and observe that what is the video call? Was it because of a network issue or it was not because of a network issue? Was it because of the business parameters that is there? So essentially what this is trying to illustrate to you and give you an example where I started this thrust of creating this platform from those various factors is that when you have broken this down into capabilities and services, you should be able to observe these capability and services at the lowest level by both providing insights to our clients so that they know they can make those decisions in order to ensure that the conversion is happening or the business process of onboarding is completing, or we are able to figure out, is there anything that is happening? And remember this, it has to be real time. That's why I said services need to be instrumented. So that is what I wanted to share with you, our experience in building this platform and what we have taken as a consideration when we discuss with our product team, when we discuss with our market development team, when we discuss and engage. How have we crafted this platform? What factors did we consider? How did we devise this and that? And happy to share more details. That's our experience. Happy to connect with you guys offline as well and learn from your experiences as well. So thank you so much for having this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sani, for building a solid platform for tech transformation in BFSI. Now to present Mr. Ashish Sani, Chief Technology Officer, IDFI, with a token of appreciation, may I please invite Mr. Ashutosh Mishra, Chief Risk Officer, NABARD, to do the honors. Can we please put our hands together, everybody? Thank you. Thank you so much, Anand. All right, now let us quickly move on to our next technology presentation. The topic for this session is modernizing data protection for banks, FSIs, and insurers. This session is presented by Commvault. Commvault is an American publicly traded data protection and data management software company headquartered in Tinton Falls, New Jersey. Commvault enterprise software can be used for data backup and recovery, cloud and infrastructure management, retention and compliance. Enterprise-grade data protection with the broadest coverage of workloads, no matter where your data resides, or from a single pane of glass. What's more, with our latest offering, Metallic, we offer the power of Commvault as a service, and our speaker for this session is Mr. Amay Joshi, Enterprise Pre-Sales Consultant, Commvault India and South Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome them up on stage.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon all, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you. I feel honored. I am representing Commvault, and as we said, it's going to help you with your modern data workloads in terms of protection on your premise, in your cloud, from edge to core to cloud. So with this limited time slot, I will just directly jump on the topic. So with these newer priorities, we are seeing the challenges are also coming up. The first and prime challenge is data is getting spread across everywhere. It could be your endpoints, it could be your data centers, and for your application demands, you may end up putting your data in the cloud. IDC feels that by 2023, which is not even 1 year from now, almost 60% of your information will reside at endpoints. And if data is the new oil, if data is the new asset that you have to protect, then you have to protect your 60% of information, which is there at the edge points. While your information is spreading, at the same time, the risk is also going up. Because every spread, every different landing zone creates more and more space, more and more surface area for the cyber attackers to explore. And we are seeing some shocking figures here. Almost 400% cybercrime has gone up. 41% of it is almost the ransomware attacks. And that's why we see your data is not to be just protected, but it should also be secured. And I'll be coming to this point in the subsequent slides. Now we see with the spread of data, the liability is also increasing. And wherever you go, the important point I'm just highlighting, your data becomes your responsibility. So be it your premise, be it cloud, nobody is going to take responsibility of your data. They can just ensure it is available in terms of the infrastructure. So it is still your responsibility. And with this hybrid cloud adoption, we are seeing your information is partly on premise, partly on cloud, and you need a single platform which can traverse across all these planes. And Commvault can offer you that platform, and that is what I'm trying to establish here. I'll just double click this point, which is in green, with further more details in my upcoming slide. So I have put this slide in a simple color code where whatever you see in green is what you manage, whatever you see blue is what your vendor manages. So the traditional architecture, which started with your on-premise information, everything was your responsibility and your data was also your responsibility. As the cloud adoption started, the infrastructure first started moving towards cloud, and then people started calling us infrastructure as a service. So some portion goes to cloud, still your data remains your responsibility. With further evolution, the platforms started moving to cloud, and we started calling them as platform as a service. Still, data is your responsibility. And with the latest trend, most of the applications are modernizing, adopting, and moving to cloud in entirety, where you can use them as a service, which we call as software as a service. But still, all the offerings tell you data is your responsibility, and you want to find out the means and ways to protect it, secure it, and keep it with you wherever required, whenever required. I'll just quickly click upon certain points. So when I said your data has to be protected and secured by you, what if there are situations when cyber attacks happen? What are the possible reasons for which cyber attacks happen? As we said, your data is spread. So that is creating multiple data silos for you, which is eventually generating lack of visibility because data is spread everywhere. You may not possibly see all those points which are hosting your data. And this may lead to your SLAs getting missed because not all the points are under your control at all the time. Still, organizations are putting their efforts by enabling their workforce, by end user trainings. They are trying to keep their endpoints protected because that is where 60% of your data resides. I'm just double clicking the same point that we discussed earlier. They are trying to patch their operating systems. They are embedding their clients with antiviruses. They are putting their key management, identity management processes in place. They are trying to secure, harden their data so that unwanted users wouldn't come and tamper their information. Despite all this, what if the attack happens? They still look for a means which can help them recover data very quickly. Because you can try to protect the attack, but what if the Trojan horse enters your walls? Then you need a backup to go back and recover your data very quickly. And we will double click on this point as well. So we have established so far, and you won't deny, that all your organizations completely rely on your data. And if your data is compromised, then your organization's identity will get compromised. And that's why data is the first and foremost thing all of you are here to protect and discuss about. So when we talk about the business integrity and data integrity, primarily there are 5 key issues that organizations face. And so far they have been investing in different point products to take care of their 5 different issues. For example, data is fragmented because of data silos. They need a solution for taking care of data fragmentation. There was an increasing attacks on their data and information. They needed a solution for their data security. There used to be ever-changing government demands, societal demands in terms of managing your data. So they needed some compliance product which will help them comply with all those points. Then there is a demand to scale as per market demands, as per business demands. So they needed somebody who can make that data available wherever they go. Either they are on premise or at their edge, or if they go to the cloud. They need somebody who can transform their information. And after all, doing everything, they needed a place, a single pane of glass where they can go and see that, yes, I'm confident, I can see every single information bit present in my organization from single console. So with these 5 points, where data management and protection, with data security, with data governance, with data transformation, which is transforming your data across multiple planes, and with data insights, Commvault wants to offer you a single product, a single platform. So it is not restricted only to backups and recoveries. It is offering you a single intelligent data management plane, which you can utilize for your organizational transformation. And that's what we are here for. So we talked about information moving from premise to SaaS. And in this place, organizations are adopting multiple clouds because not a single cloud can address all their requirements. So multi-cloud is a story where you have some portion on premise, you have some portion on, let's say, Amazon, some portion on Azure, some portion on Google. And with traditional products, you may need to employ different point solutions for different landing zones. I have been referring the term landing zones to different places where data resides. In this multi-cloud journey, what you feel, organizations want something from their solution and they don't want some things to happen with their solutions. With this, we are seeing organizations don't want any of their workload to be left behind. Wherever they go, they want their workload to be protected. They don't expect the offering that they are using should restrict them in a way it is getting implemented or the way it is getting delivered. They want that flexibility. At the same time, they're expecting the solution should not bind them to a single infrastructure component or hardware or for that matter cloud. They want that flexibility. They want to move everywhere as their business demands, as their application demands. What they don't want point solutions. We have seen there are 5 pain areas. They don't want 5 products to manage those 5 pain areas. They want a single product. They never wanted to see them get locked in the costly cloud solutions where the information goes to cloud, and when the time comes to recover it back, they need to pay heavy egress costs. Why I'm saying this, I'll come to this point in my subsequent slides. So with the solution that I'm going to discuss later on, the egress cost will go away. Something all of you must be interested in. So Commvault is not just talking about different landing zones, but it is also talking about different workloads that it can cover. Application hosted anywhere, any application supported by Commvault. All the databases, it could be on-premise, it could be PaaS, supported by Commvault. It could be different virtualization technologies of different generations with containerization that you are picking up, we support that. It could be cloud IaaS as a service, or it could be cloud object storage as a service, or it could be all leading storage vendors who are so far storing your data. We cover all these workloads. So you can trust one single platform across your entire modern workload journey. I am revisiting this point that your data is your responsibility, just in a different dimension here. I would like you to see this slide in 2 ways. One, the left side and the right side. And on the left side, the lower half and the upper half. The green portion talks about what your vendor promises you, what they are going to own. And the upper portion, the blue portion, talks about what you need to own, what your vendor is simply going to disown. And the topmost block I can see is again customer data. So your vendors are not ready to take ownership of your data. They will keep the infrastructure available for you, but not your data. Now, I'll just request your attention to the right-hand side of this slide, which talks about some open points to discuss. These points again mention that data classification, data personalization, privacy management of your data, and regulatory compliances of your data still belongs to you. It's you, your organization, your laws of the land finally call all these information responsibilities from you. At the same time, if you go through these points, there is a mention of data availability or infrastructure availability in terms of physical security, which is guaranteed by your vendor. But there are certain shared responsibilities that your vendor to take up, that your vendor wants you to take up. One of them is going to be data. So I'm just trying to establish the point. Wherever you go, it is your responsibility to make sure your data is available whenever you want it, be it in the attack situation, be it in the migration situation. It's your data, it's your responsibility. I've just highlighted that. Now, I'll come to something called as metallic data management as a service. All of you have been listening to multiple SaaS offerings so far, where software application is offered as a service. Commvault as a team, along with, of course, Microsoft's Power, we thought, why not offer even backup as a service? Instead of you, our esteemed guests here from different organizations, focusing on the backup processes and regulating those orchestrations at your end, why not you simply outsource it to the expert? We will take care of the application layer. We will offer you all the predefined workflows. We will offer you all the predefined reportings, entire process. You just need to come with your information. We will back it up for you. And the good part about the offering is you can back it up on-premise, you can back it up within cloud, you can back it up across clouds, and you can back up from cloud to your premise. You can do it in any way. Now this offering, which is complete SaaS-based offering, where you don't need to own any infrastructure on your premise, we are coming up with multiple offerings here. One, which talks about endpoints. Again, I'm re-emphasizing 60% data is going to stay there. So a very important offering, your endpoints. Commvault offers you unlimited storage for this. I'll just double click this point. With metallic endpoint protection, Commvault offers you unlimited storage in the cloud. You store as much as information as you want to and retain it as long as you want to. With the endpoints, the next enterprise workload that people interested are is the hybrid workload, where some information goes to cloud, some information stays on premise. We offer you solutions for the VMs and Kubernetes backup. We offer you solutions for all modern databases, and we offer you solutions for your file and object storages, which you can store on cloud despite having the workloads either on premise or on cloud. Then we come to the offering called as cloud storage, which we call as Metallic Cloud Storage Service. And this is something which I mentioned some time back as a cloud offering, a cloud storage offering from Metallic with zero egress cost. I'll just repeat myself, zero egress cost. Your data stays on cloud, the backup stays on cloud. The moment you want to recover it, bring it back without any egress cost. And it's a joint offering between Commvault and Microsoft, so you can ensure the data is quite in the integrated fashion. The next offering is again about your endpoints in terms of backing up the information. Earlier we have seen the O365, N365 kind of backups. Now we are talking about your laptop desktop backups. The information goes to cloud, stays there with unlimited storage for your backup, unlimited storage for your retention. Unlimited is something unique in the industry and we are offering that. You are getting information storage unlimited. And if you opt for any of these, a free subscription of Active Directory backup, Microsoft Active Directory backup also comes up with this. You can separately opt for that, or if you go for any of these, you get this offering absolutely free. We have mentioned that on the slide. You can take a look at it. With all these offerings in hand, we were fortunate to serve our customers, and one of the customers have agreed to share their reference story with us. The story is about one of your peers in this banking industry, AU Small Finance Bank, which had, I would say, a pressing target due to their change in their banking platform to move enormous amount of data to back it up to recover to newer platforms. They chose Commvault for doing that. We involved our solution named Hyperscale, which I did not mention in any of my slides, because when it comes to Commvault offerings, there is a lot to discuss. With this minimum time slot, I thought I'll just restrict myself to SaaS offerings and multi-cloud offerings. For more information, I'll just request you to visit our booth, and I'll be more than happy to take it ahead from there. And many of my colleagues will be happy to take it ahead from there. To simply explain what hyperscale means is, all of you must have at least heard a term called hyperconverged infrastructure, where a software layer basically abstracts whatever is there under that, and you can start small, you can grow large. With hyperscale, we have brought the similar revolution in the backup industry, in the data protection industry, where you start with a smaller appliance cluster, where you don't need to know what is going to be your data retention requirement across 10 years. You can start with focus of 1 or 2 years. You start a small cluster. As time progresses, as your business demands, as your application demands, when the data grows, you can keep appending single appliance, one appliance at a time, and it will be a scale out file system which will accommodate all the appliances coming in, and it will store all the data. It will retain all the data as long as you want it. You can tier this information to cloud. Remember, I mentioned about MCSS, Metallic Cloud Storage Service, which offers you a storage without any egress cost. So you can think about such tiering as well. You can plan about going tapeless. If there are demands from governor's perspective to still keep tapes in your premise, this hyperscale appliance can also allow you to go tape-based. Many of the banks have chosen this solution. I'm not allowed to mention the name, but one of the leading banks have chosen this solution to protect their core banking information. And we are proud of that fact. And we could manage to reduce their time requirement by 50%. That's why the VP of their IT infrastructure was very happy with our solution, and they were kind enough to put their words here. And there are many such use cases, but because of this limited 15-minute time slot, I couldn't cover all. But I'll be more than happy to take all these discussions ahead with you at our booth, at our office, at your office, wherever you're interested in. With that, I just thank you for your time and patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joshi, for letting us know all the ways that Commvault is modernizing data protection for banks, FSIs, and insurers. Now to present Mr. Amay Joshi, Enterprise Pre-Sales Consultant, Commvault India and South Asia. With a token of appreciation, may I once again welcome on stage Dr. Ravi Gupta, our founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia. Can we please put our hands together, everybody? Thank you. All right. Now here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We now have a panel discussion. I know that we have already had a very long day. That does not mean that our energies need to be down. So now, if you are ready for the panel discussion, I need you to tap your tables loudly. Come on. Let's make it thunder here. Everybody behind. Are you ready? Should we start our panel discussion? That is not how you make it thunder here. Right? Are you ready for the panel discussion? Come on. Let's make it thunder here. Everyone behind, just quietly sitting and wondering what the hell am I talking about. Right? All right, now let's move on to our panel discussion. The topic for this session is reimagining security roadmap and modernizing data management in BFSI sector. In the banking, financial and services and insurance industry, modern technologies and digitization have made enormous inroads. In the BFSI industry, India will move toward technology-driven and technology-influenced forms of operation by 2022. Such a scenario would necessitate a comprehensive plan with cybersecurity playing a key role. Such a scenario would necessitate a comprehensive plan to protect, manage, and ensure availability of data, no matter where it resides, on cloud or on edge. Now it is time to invite our speakers for this panel. Our moderator, Mr. S.V. Sundar Krishnan, Chief Risk Officer, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance. Can we please put our hands together? Welcome, sir. Our panelists, Mr. Sunil Kumar KN, Chief Compliance Officer, Federal Bank. Mr. Ashutosh Mishra, Chief Risk Officer, NABARD. Mr. Satyanandam Atyam, Chief Risk Officer, Tata AIG General Insurance. And finally, Mr. Prasanna Ranade, Enterprise Sales Director, Commonwealth India and South Asia. Please put our hands together for our esteemed panel of speakers here. Over to you.
Thank you. I think we are standing in between you and lunch, but I appreciated Thunder for welcoming this panel. And very interesting session just before this by Mr. Joshi, defining what are the security challenges and how you could back up data in a secure manner. The multi-cloud or hybrid cloud or complex environment that we are adopting. So the BFSI, entire BFSI space, as you see, is going through transformation. Many companies have launched digital transformation. And we are in a situation as CXOs of these organizations, we don't know what kind of data and where it is and how secure it is. And how quickly the customers or other stakeholders can access the data at a requirement, and how fast we are in quickly transforming data, adapting data, and also accessing data when the needs arise to furnish the data or analyze the data, as the case may be. So it's resulted in serious business challenges, security challenges, risk management challenges, and compliance challenges. Today, as we speak, I have got a very illustrious panel with us. So I've got on the right Mr. Sunil Krishnan, Chief Compliance Officer of Federal Bank, Mr. Ashutosh Mishra, Chief Risk Officer of NABARD, Satyan, Chief Risk Officer of Tata General Insurance, and Mr. Ranade from Commonwealth, Sales Director for South Asia and India. So, very interesting panel: technology, sales, marketing, risk management, and compliance. So, my first question would be to Mr. Krishnan on how does he access data and what are the challenges that he faces in this kind of complex environment that we live in, and how does he address it?
Yeah, good noon, and thank you very much, Mr. Krishnan, for this question. See, first itself, a caveat from my side, I'm not a technology person, a hardcore compliance and a legal person. So what I would like to present is from the perspective, what is the background actually, and what are the challenges from that larger picture, and what is the transformation happening in the industry, particularly in the banking context, and how the data challenges are coming up. The technology solutions, definitely I believe the experts will speak about it. The first thing I will put in a perspective is that the difference between expectation and the reality. Let us look into the expectation. What is the customer expectation from the banking side is coming up as far as data is concerned? Customer believes whatever data he has given, whether to the bank or to the fintech partner or to the service provider, everything to be protected by the bank. That is the expectation. And you look at the way whether the customer, and in India specifically, if you in the developed world or Singapore or Hong Kong, if you ask the name of the customer, you will think twice to reveal that name. No other facts will be revealed. But in India, if you ask the name, you will give the name, date of birth of your parents and the in-laws also, because on the birthday you will get an offer, 50% reduction. So people are very, very loose in releasing their data. Number one. Second thing, customers' expectation now is ease of business, ease of doing the transaction. If I do put a security, either an OTP or any other mechanism for to secure the data or in this transaction, then the first call will come. Very cumbersome process. No other bank is asking. You are putting, I am frustrated. That is the expectation. And then they expect that whatever data has been given to all these forms needs to be protected by the bank. That is the expectation and the reality. Second, look at the regulator. Very interestingly, some 2 months back, I got a call from a very, very senior official saying that, look, my wife has been duped. She was intended to purchase a TV and somebody duped her. The money has been transferred from my account and it has moved 3-4 banks and finally landed your lap. What is the security you are having? I asked, sir, you are sending, how it has all happened. She has even revealed the OTP to the fraudster, and that is where it has happened. Very, very. So I asked, sir, in a week at least, you will send me at least 2 or 3 seaside advisors. At least one circular if you are sending to me, if you read out to your wife, this would not have been happened. So that much carelessness we can see when the data is being actually handled. The problem here in OTP, if you book a taxi service, if you book a Flipkart, you need to give the OTP. So the very same looseness, they are giving the OTP for even banking transactions. So they are not able to distinguish between where the OTP to be released, which OTP is very seriously going back to your account. So this is the, and the regulator expects, there is no regulation whether to manage the cloud managers or the, of course, there are data protection related broader guidelines from a banking perspective. If you look at with regard to the fintech partners and all, it's an evolving stage, but still the regulator expects everything needs to be managed. Now, another simple example, the regulatory expectation you can see, any app you are downloading on your mobile, definitely it will ask, give me the contact, give me the access to your photos, give me the access to your messaging. There is a rational reason, because if you want an OTP to be sent or if you want from your contact money to be transmitted very fast, they require that access. But when this access is given, the regulator's question to me is, why they require it? I said, which government app is not collecting this? IRCT is asking this. There you have no problem. We are all under a presumption if a government authority is asking. And interestingly, a few days back only, the CAG has released on UDAI what the audit they have done and the reports, and the data leakages and the challenges what UDAI is facing has been represented. So when a bank from our perspective certain this without the information being given, we will not be able to provide the services, and that is what the ease of service and what is the service actually customer is expecting from the bank. And now look at the last phase, I would say, the biggest challenge. Earlier, customer is giving the data, bank is storing the data, yes, I can protect everything. It moved on subsequently to service providers. That also, I am sharing the data, so service provider, I have full control. The third stage, what has happened is when the fintech partners came, they said, we will collect the data and provide to you. So a portion of the data, earlier, the 90% of the data collected by fintech is coming to me. At least it is once it is reached my server or my database, I can protect to that extent. The rest of the things you can take the customer consent and do it. And the fourth stage now, what is happening is all these fintech firms have enhanced service. What it is not my own fintech partner. They have multiple fintech, multiple arrangements with different financial institutions, and they have their database of customers. I am actually sourcing their customer database to serve the products or offer the products. So the difference is that a lot of data is available, and I am getting, instead of 90%, only 10 or 15% of the data only from the bank. Still, the regulatory and customer expectation is that the entire data what has been served to the fintech needs to be provided. Even the data given to the kirana shop owner, bank has to protect. This is where the reality and the expectation. With this challenge, what is the mechanism I have to ensure the data protection? Regulatorily, I told nothing is there. Of course, there are seaside advisors. So all these advisors, what will happen is I will protect my system to a great extent, and I will do certain controls to that extent. Another thing, what I have only mechanism is the contract. Only based on the contractual conditions, I am telling that these things to be ensured. And any of the fintech partner, any of the service provider have subcontracting and other purchases, lot of arrangements are there. The regulatory expectation, I should have a control over all of these arrangements. And I can understand Amazon, if I am directly doing, or a Google, I am having a direct, I can have a better control. But the main fintech partner, whatever solution is giving, he will not have any control if he has a backup with the Google or from the Amazon he is taking up. So all these things we are expected. So we are all thinking assumptions and presumptions, these things will happen, and all things are put in a contractual context. Now, let us look into a next different stage also. The data from my side is now moving to cloud. It's a very, very remote location. I don't know where exactly it is. Who are all coming there, who are all going out of it, nothing I don't know. One part, as I assume, yes, it is Amazon and a big player, he will have one, and definitely better than my IT guy, they will protect the data because it is their bread and butter business to that extent. They developed the talent to that extent. That is assumption. Now, from there, then we are facing that source the data coming to my system and it doing the processing, a lot of time is being taken. So then comes the data being stored at the edge. So there are multiple coming, the data is gone, data is coming, it's stored. So how many parties are coming in all these arrangements? So any process handover has got a gap, has got a risk. That is generally from a compliance or a risk perspective, that is the perception. So these are all the risks and challenges we are facing, and one and only mechanism right now we have legally is the contract. And in India, execution of a contract is not an easy job. It is a very, very difficult job. It will be all contractual conditions are there. So what all things in that context bank can do? Definitely protect our system, educate the employees, educate the customers to that extent, ensure all, and one fundamental thing what I have seen, all the data leakage or attack and everything happened is certain simple rules are not followed. So if we can follow all those rules to that extent, definitely there will not be a window or a small hole for the hacker or somebody to come or happen the data leakage. That is the second part I get. Education and the control system. And third thing what we would like to do is that limit our systems access or the machines access to the outside world. Wherever we are giving that access, that is necessary because that is where the traffic happens. At that time, make good control, full control mechanism coming up. So that is what many of the organization, all this internet access and everything has been removed. And all the data transmission, remember, is happening through the internet. So that is the line. Of course, we can encrypt, you can decrypt all, but that is the pipeline. Nobody has the control. That is what the reality. So I will stop it here. Because of these challenges, these are the mechanism right now we have, and we believe there will be better solution from the technology partners. Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting. And I've had similar experiences when I dealt with my own regulator on data leakage. Because if customer data is leaked to any source, and they believe the customer is our customer, then we have responsibility to that. And so this is a reality of life or challenges that we face. And of course, legally, regulatorily, strictly, I don't think the institution is in the wrong as long as the basic controls are there, but the expectation is that. And same kind of expectations are echoed by the customers. So you have a challenge there, real challenge from a compliance angle, from a legal angle, if suits are filed against you or the regulator takes an action and asks you to be strict in outsourcing contracts. And then what happens to the contract, subcontract, subcontract, subcontract? Vendor number 4, vendor number 5, vendor number 6 is again an issue because you have access to vendor number 1, vendor number 2 maybe, and you have controls there. But if there is some further subcontracting, you restrict that probably in the law, in the suit or in the contract. But even then, it's very difficult to administer the vendor. We do vendor audits, but the findings are far too many, starker than what the findings are for our own organization. How do you control that? How do you secure that? Is a challenge. My next question is to Mr. Ashutosh Mishra. I guess risk manager's job is all about today analyzing data and finding out the patterns in data, especially from a risk angle, because you need to look at risk scores, risk patterns, and how do you, as a risk head of a very large organization, manage enterprise data, and from a risk angle, how do you address that?
Thank you, Sundar, for this question. This question brings in quite a few dimensions to the entire thing. My co-panelists have come up with fairly comprehensive responses to the questions which were posed. I would like to look at the entire thing from a rather common sense perspective, as a risk head would look at, rather than from a technical perspective. Interestingly, this leadership summit talks about India's banking future, and the banking future has to go to the digital highway. That is how I look at the capsule. And on that count, we have no doubt that the banking has to become exponential. Banking has to reach every nook and corner of the country. Every person who requires banking service is to be provided with the banking service. The way is only digital. And then this was revalidated during the tough times we had when we had the pandemic. And initially there were a lot of doubts, apprehension, whether the banks which are more into a brick and mortar kind of operation are really geared up to handle these challenges. And then, as we saw in one of the presentations, is that while the digitalization went up exponentially, and even the banks which were not into working remotely went into remote working, the breaches, the data breaches, the efforts to get into the systems actually increased manyfold. And that, in fact, opened up the eyes of the CROs, the board, the CEO, everybody into what calamities can really happen when you operate digitally and you are trying to scale up your operations, and then you also get to understand that there is a whole outside world which is out to breach into your systems, breach into the very valuable data that you are having, the data that may be within your systems, or maybe that is in the cloud that you have taken up and that is in the cloud, and then the consequences would be very, very calamitous for each of us. It would not only be calamitous for the BFSI agency who is handling the data, but for the customer, for the others who are part of this chain could be extremely calamitous. So that opened up the eyes afresh as to what would be the possible risk and how this can be minimized. As Mr. Sunil Kumar said, the way that most banks are operating or the NBFCs are operating is through a tie-up with a fintech. And that is the way to go ahead, because if I want to scale up my operations, if I want to really upscale the way I am doing things, then the strength of two different entities have to be kind of coerced so that both of them get the best out of that. And there comes certain challenges. And how to meet those challenges, because we have no other way but to go digital, and how to meet the challenges is the big issue. I would have liked to clarify one thing right from the beginning. The views that I am giving here have nothing to do with the organization that I work for. These are my professional views as a risk manager. And that is how I'd like to qualify all the comments and the observations that I am making. So what we have observed is that, as you know, we, from an organization perspective, also finance a lot of BFSI players, especially the NBFCs and the microfinance institutions. And what we have seen is that while on a digital front, they are ways ahead. They are way ahead compared to the banks who are into digital mode. The NBFCs are probably much ahead in terms of their digitalization, in terms of the way they are operating. But sometimes what happens is that the regulatory enforcement or the regulatory rigor may be very different for the highly regulated institutions like banks or insurance company as compared to the NBFCs, etc. Of course, the RBI has of late come up with tightening those regulations also. What I'm trying to hint at is that those slightly relaxed regulatory regimen could be the reason while for which the NBFCs could be more into the digital path for the purpose of expansion of the business than into looking at tightening the various risks which could come on account of the huge amount of data they have with us and the way they will have to also transfer the data to the other players. And what would be a solution? Is there a rule-based solution to the entire thing? Can you have rules and look at compliances and making sure that these are compliant? I would, from a CRO's perspective or somebody who has been into the field of risk management for a while, what I would say is that having rules and looking at enforcement of those rules may not provide you with a solution, may not provide you with the entire solution. The solution could be a mixed approach where there would be certain rules. But as one of my earlier panelists said, that it has to be a combination of bringing about risk awareness among all stakeholders, that what is the importance of privacy of data and why we have to hold them sacrosanct. And this awareness has to seep in not only to the customers, not only to the banks or the NBFC who are handling that, but also to each of the employees, each of the players who are part of the chain. And that would be very important in bringing about the way we would want data to be used, and data has to be secured and protected. These examples which were given by Mr. Sunil Kumar, when he said that anything that we do, any app that we want to use, they require all our information. And as a society, probably we are a little prone to give away all kinds of information. That probably could be on account of lack of awareness as to how the information could be misused. When I share my date of birth, my place of birth, my mother's name, obviously all those information can be very badly misused, and probably awareness of those things could bring in the data security to a new level. There are so many dimensions which could be discussed within the panel. I leave it to the other panelists to elucidate on other matters. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very interesting point you raised. Increasing awareness of all stakeholders. I think we do roadshows and programs, risk road shows. So those things bring in awareness amongst employees, vendors, and others. My next question is to the Chief Risk Officer from Tata AI General Insurance, Mr. Satyam. You spoke of a very interesting experience that you've gone for enterprise risk management presentation to the regulator, and the regulator wanted you to chuck it across cyber security based risk management presentation. How was your transformation? Can you reveal some interesting aspects of that?
I think, well, the challenge of you engaging the board, engaging the risk management committees, engaging the regulators in a simplified language of what exactly is the risk on the transaction level at the ground level is itself a challenge. The entire aspect of having to communicate the risk from a perspective of what is the technological gap you have at the transaction level, and how exactly you put that forth from a perspective of what is a risk that is emerging or which is already being there in the system, and what would the exact impact is something which also has to come to a financial terms. There are a lot of mechanisms of value at risk as a mechanism where you try to convey the impact or on the financial impact from impact to those financials. But every technological control weakness is it is quite tough to communicate from a WAR perspective or from a financial impact perspective. So that's the journey I think we all have to take, in terms of putting that right communication in place from what is an information security risk, what is a technology risk, and what exactly is the financial impact to it. So that transition is something quite important, because at the end of the day, from a regulatory perspective, from a board perspective, what they see is a financial impact rather than what exactly is a technology gap. So I think here the entire perspective becomes very important is how you define your security strategy and how you define your security roadmap. Because the entire components really bridge up to your enterprise risk management. The type of assurance you need to give is to build that right security roadmap where your data controls have been protected. I think my co-panelists have already highlighted the type of questions that come from regulator and the compliance perspective, and what exactly is happening on the on the ground at the business level. So in order to bridge that gap, you need to have a right security strategy so that your data controls are intact. So when you say how the data is getting generated, how the data is getting communicated, and how the data is exactly getting stored in the entire life cycle of the data movement, there has to be a right amount of security strategy getting implemented. And then the corresponding assurance you give to the enterprise risk framework, where how exactly these controls are operating. And I think we have so many vendors presently in this conference, which actually give you a right assurance in terms of the controls that are operating from the protection of a data perspective. And then you have to collaborate that and put it into a certain structure where you see that what controls are operating, what controls are not operating, and what controls are implemented and what controls have to be implemented. A control gap will really give you a better indication in terms of whether you need a security solution for it or whether you need a process solution for it. So sometimes a process roundabout will really help to bridge that control, and sometimes a security investment will help you to build that control. So plugging those controls, and then you give an assurance to the management and the board and the regulator how exactly is the financial impact is getting contained. So that's the transformation journey which I think we, everybody enterprises have to take, putting the right control environment, putting the right security strategy, plugging those control, identifying the controls which are already operating, which are not operating, which are the new controls you want to operate, and what is the cost of the new control. And when you have the right definition in place, I think that bringing the right solution and putting the right communication would also really be helpful for everyone. Thank you.
Interesting, because this could be any risk. Technology loophole could be a financial risk, could be a reputational risk, and of course, per se, it's a technology risk. So that's the world that we live in now. Everything is mixed: data, finance, reputation. So you need to redefine security in this kind of challenged world. Added to this is the hackers. They're far matured, far smarter, and far better and quicker in terms of systems, process, and technology that they have. So many BFSI institutions are facing ransomware attacks.
and I think you blackmailed to load off money to get the access to your own systems. And then, of course, when you do a dark net surfing, you find customer data over there. So it's a reputation loss, it's a security challenge, it's a regulatory challenge, it's a risk challenge, and a compliance challenge. That's the world we live in as a BFSI outfit. So redefining security in this kind of transgressed world or highly challenged world is a challenge or a risk. I think we have a very good speaker from Commvault here. I would like Mr. Ranade to touch upon these aspects.
Audible? Am I audible? Hello? Yeah, thanks. And we heard a lot of things in terms of how a chief risk officer looks at it. Probably technology can solve certain aspects. And I would like to suggest a framework which we follow in our product itself. Okay, so first thing is, as everybody has mentioned, right, data is the most important asset in any organization today. So first you need to identify what kind of data you have. That's the first step, right? In terms of, if you identify that data, then you can classify it. How sensitive it is it important, not important, how can I protect it? So all those things come in when you identify what kind of data is it. The second aspect is in terms of how do you protect that data? Based on the classification you have done, how do you protect that data? You can have zero trust networks, you can put in a lot of things, encryption and all those things, right? Or for that matter, if you look at it, we have something called as anomaly detection. So we can have honeypots, because as mentioned by Amir also, right? Endpoint is where most of your data is residing. How can I protect that? Because those guys are the most vulnerable of all. They are not educated, or I mean, the learnings have not been passed on. They click on certain things. How can I protect that? So those things have to be taken care of. The third and the most important aspect is how do I monitor this? Can I have a single dashboard to manage the entire landscape? Because if you have so many heterogeneous environments, managing it, the leakage can be from anywhere. So if I can have a single dashboard to monitor all those things through a single pane of glass, that makes life easy. I'm not saying that easy for you, but at least to certain extent, we can make it easy.
Whenever I see a dashboard, I see so many reds and apples.
Correct.
So many systems and so many things to be fixed.
Absolutely. The fourth aspect, if you look at it, I mean, nobody can say 100% I'm protected. Attack will not happen. It's a reality. I mean, you've seen so many attacks happening in the last 2 years. How do I respond to those attacks? That is very critical. Is it spreading across the network? How can I isolate that specific endpoint? How can I make it immutable so that it doesn't spread across the organization? Because the impact is huge. As you rightly mentioned, it can be reputation, it can be financial, it can be anything. So how do I respond to those kind of attacks? That is very critical. And the fifth aspect is, responding is okay, but how can I quickly recover from that data, from that attack? I don't have to go through endless amount of data to restore or recover. How can I quickly recover? And when I'm recovering, can I delete that specific file from that recovered data? That makes recovery very easy and very fast. Most of the times I've seen at many of my customers, recovery is a very painful task. And as the time goes by, the risk and the impact is huge. So how can I quickly recover? So this is the framework which we follow. I think I don't have to tell you because you have been doing it for so many years, but that's how we can solve it through technology. And that's how it is. Thanks. Yeah.
I think one thing I have learned from all the vendors, the product experts, it has been a very, very good experience for me that many a times, the frameworks what we believe are sometimes not the right ones. The product vendors who actually have implemented the solutions at multiple places, the amount of analogy they come with and the amount of aggregation of thoughts they come with and the aggregation of frameworks they come with, many a times they are really right recommending frameworks for the business. So it has been quite a learning opportunity, when we interact with so much good product vendors. The learning is immense. I think I want to just acknowledge that. We learn a lot from you.
I wish we had lots of budget to acquire all the products and solutions but that's not the reality of life, unfortunately. So we have challenges there also. And we need to decide quickly. Now, ample amount of time available with us. How do you embark on the technology roadmap? So I think we also have the privacy bill coming in. I think my question is to Mr. Sunil Kumar. One of the requirement of this bill is that we need to seek consent from customer and to share data with the outsourced vendor. Actually, outsourced vendor is the wrong term. Outsourced vendors have become business partners. They're probably in-house with you. And how do you do that? Because you need to have detailed sort of consent. You do not, just customer cannot just tick a form which allows us to share data. This is what we've been doing so far. But then we would need to change forms and which would need to change. And the privacy bill is a challenge. And how do you address that?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yes, privacy bill is a challenge because we were working in a particular way. That was the traditional way, legacy way. That is the reason. But I think almost all countries in the Western world, and I had opportunity to work in the part of the East, and particularly Singapore, Hong Kong, and all. I have seen this has been done almost 5 to 6 years back. In Hong Kong, the consent clause requires at least 3 to 4 pages, para-wise para, each of the permission required like this. This is easy thing which can be done if you have a physical mode of application form coming from the customer's request. It is very easy. You can have 3-4 pages, and the point is whether customer is reading or not to that extent. And when I have seen in Singapore and Hong Kong, and particularly Europe also, I have seen the same scenario. When a bank wants to assess certain contracts with an external counsel itself, it runs into a big challenge, because even to the counsels in India and all, traditionally they believe you can tell everything, you can reveal to your doctor and the counsel advocate. But Hong Kong, Singapore, like jurisdictions even do not permit that as well. So the countries have already faced these challenges and very detailed 3 to 4 pages consent clauses. Probably the earlier data protection bill which was presented to Parliament and the new form has diluted to a certain extent some of these concerns, but definitely the consent clause will drastically change, number one. The challenge is on a digital form. Now how the accounts are being opened, even credits are being offered, the banks are actually competing to say that if the other bank is taking 2 minutes, mine is 1 minute. And so we are giving credit to us saying that 50 seconds, 40 seconds. Within these 40 seconds, we expect this entire consent clause to be certified by the customer. He's just doing it. So what I have suggested to some of my partners to say that, don't give the final column like that, to just say that. Certain paragraphs you have to, and you have to actually, your machine needs to give them enough time to read. So don't allow him to click within a second. Give them 10 seconds, 15 seconds. The challenge is again, it frustrates the customer. That is the point. But then, unless the customers are aware what exactly is, and the point is, one part is taking the consent. That is, I think it may be an easier thing, we can actually document and do it. Beyond that, once this data is with us, how we need to protect, how we need to retrieve, when the customer asks for a change, how to do it, all those things. And it is not only for the customers, it is even for a walk-in customer's data also. Tomorrow he can come. Now the system is the walk-in customer's data, I will collect how? I will collect the details based on his mobile number, based on his one of the ID. He can have multiple transactions in multiple IDs, multiple phone numbers. So where I am going to connect all these things in the system, there are challenges. And then when he comes back and says, I want to change this portion, I want to change this angle, then with the evidence I need to look into. So that is where the bigger challenge and retrieve and the corrections being carried out. And the penalty level, 2% of your turnover, 5% of your turnover, we never heard of. And I used to say to my colleagues here, RBI, to that extent, is very sympathetic to us. Their maximum penalties are 1 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore. I worked in environment. There it is 300 million, for 500 million. Entire capital can be wiped out. It was. If you look at the US regulator, when the US regulator started to impose the penalties on European bank, European Union said we should not be back. We should impose same way to US banks the penalties. So that is the way the penalty structure is going. At least in India, we can take some console. RBI is very ruthless and very strict, and now they are each and every point looking into, but at least amount wise, they are more considerate because they know we are all poor like in a poor country, this is only can be afforded. So that is the only advantage. Thanks.
Very interesting. And to add this, every time you transfer data to a vendor, you need to inform the customer. You will send an SMS and expect the customer to read that SMS or an email. And it's going to add the challenges to the analytics machines that we have, the computer power we have, and also database challenges. Storing these consents, storing the sign-offs, and then getting that when the regulator comes for an inspection or an audit or supervision. So it's a tough challenge, and it was a very, very, very interesting aspect from you. Mr. Ashutosh Mishra, how do you address challenges like privacy and in your bank, it's a large bank, so many branches? It's on, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk about the organization that I work for because the views are that of myself as a risk management professional. I like to give a very simple example. Okay, when I was traveling in my car from my office in BKC to this place, I was trying to access a website, and then this particular thing flashed before me. I was trying to access that in my iPad while I was coming here, and then it said the cookie. Whether it said whether you accept all the cookies, which is the most preferred way to accept that, or partial look at the cookies and make a choice and accept that. And there are so many options. So I am not going to tell you which option I clicked at that point of time when I was accessing this thing, but I will tell you I was very close to the place that this particular meeting is taking place, and my driver was almost getting the car to the parking slot. So the point I am trying to make is that this is what the customer has to exercise an option. Okay, and how tough an option is that when saying yes or no to a simple thing like cookie policy. Okay, and then this can be very vast, very complicated in terms of sharing data. So I will reiterate the earlier point which I made, which is that while a rule-based framework is important, while fines, regulatory fines, can also bring in the required culture change in the organization, I would still like to believe that the risk awareness, the sensitivity about the consequences of breach of data among all stakeholders in a progressive but faster way could be a better solution, could possibly a comprehensive solution to many of the issues that we are facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think, yeah, so cookies is something that you're invented with your app and your apps, and you access some site or an app. And then you have to decide whether you have to accept the cookie or manage the cookie. And we don't know what happens when we say manage the cookie. What kind of controls they have, what kind of parameters they throw. You accept something decent, something basic, something respectable. But we don't know what those standards are in terms of transparency, in terms of clarity of what the path the vendor would take. So my next question is to Mr. Satyan. How do you define security management and kind of risk management in this kind of transformed era?
I think the entire transition from what COVID has brought in is the acceleration into the digital space. So every corporate, I think the method of acquiring the customer and the servicing the customer, the entire life cycle of customer management has moved to digital now. So this entire speed has also led to more about digital journey. And with this digital journey, I think the cybersecurity awareness and the cybersecurity controls is also getting both pertinently important, either from a corporate perspective and from the customer perspective itself. So I think the entire story of cookies is something quite limited. I think we have a bigger problem to solve. Maybe a lot of the financial frauds that happens in the financial ecosystem with a lot of payment solutions. I think the digital journey of which was 10 years before for any enterprise was providing the information to the customer and customer accessing the information and taking a decision. But the financial journey was not through the digital medium. I think from last 5 years, the digital journey is with the financial ecosystem itself, which is quite a transformation. And I think the entire ecosystem, the regulator as well as even the people itself, they were not prepared that how this financial journey would be, taken in the digital ecosystem itself. So there exactly, you have a lot of catch-up game, the catch-up game of awareness, because we also come from an insurance company, and we also, if you really understand how insurance companies operate, over a period of 10 years back, the insurance companies were not much digitally available, or how you have a buying experience or a claims experience on the digital was not there. So the payment experience is also something was new for us. So the entire insurance ecosystem also understand the type of financial frauds that happens in the marketplace. And this entire marketplace has moved from actually marketplace to the digital ecosystem itself. So the amount of awareness, which is what I think my co-panelists have been raising, is something quite desired, where from a customer perspective, from an enterprise perspective, from a regulator perspective, it all will help really to mitigate this entire risk of how exactly the security controls are managed by the employee. From an organization perspective, the security controls are managed by the end user when we are accessing our, the websites and doing the financial transactions to the digital ecosystem, and as well as the regulator, how is ensuring that, his entire systems are protected through his own audit mechanisms or through his own supervisory mechanisms. So that's the journey which everybody has to take, and I think this is the learning where everybody will have.
Very interesting. So we'll have to transcend the path of each transaction end to end, I guess, and then think how security could be addressed at each layer. That's a very important thought. Last question before I open it to the floor is, what are the best practices in security management in this kind of era?
So I did mention about the best practices and the framework which you need to follow. Adding to what he talked about cookies, right? You have seen the kind of impact and people monetizing the data. That has huge impact, right? If you look at Apple releasing their new version and then suddenly Facebook's revenue goes down, you've seen the kind of impact it has, right? So I believe personally technology is the way, it's the only way you can solve this problem. You can put a framework and have the right technology to manage it. That's how you're going to solve this. The framework I mentioned in terms of identify, protect, monitor, recover, response, all those things have to be taken into consideration. And the other aspect is removing the manual intervention and automating a lot of things. That will again, give you a lot of help in terms of how do you resolve this. Having more manual intervention is going to cause problems. That's what I believe.
I think this is what my boss always tells us. What are the manual intervention points? Remove it quickly. So it's a good solution. Open it to the floor. Any questions to any speaker? Please feel free to address. Otherwise, we'll wind up the panel. I think a very interesting discussion we had on emerging challenges in the digital era and how do you address that. If anyone have any questions, I think we've already sitting between you and the lunch. I think we'll go for the lunch. I think there are no questions. I thank the illustrious panel to the left and the right. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and wisdom, and give it back to the floor.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that amazing, amazing panel discussion. We truly appreciate all the insights shared by all of you. And now to present a memento as a token of appreciation, may I once again invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia. All right, now first to present the memento to our moderator, Mr. S.V. Sundarkrishnan, Chief Risk Officer, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance. a big thank you goes out to Mr. Sunil Kumar K.N., Chief Compliance Officer, Federal Bank. And now a thanks and gratitude to Mr. Ashutosh Mishra, Chief Risk Officer, NABARD. Next, a big thank you to Satyanandan Atyam, Chief Risk Officer, Tata AIG General Insurance. Finally, our gratitude to Mr. Prasanna Ranane, Enterprise Sales Director, Commonwealth, India and South Asia. Could we please have a group photo? All right, my dear guests, please put your hands together for our very esteemed panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to make the announcements that I'm sure all of you have been looking forward to. We now break for lunch for the next 30 minutes, post which we will resume with our next technical session. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Values as an organization. Without those values, you would have not been at this. We at Rapida is committed to create such a wonderful experience. We are working on a very simple philosophy. The technology services that we are giving to the customer should improve their business and reflect in their top line. At Rapida, we are a team of passionate team members who believe in creating